sports.
We are Black Horse. We are Southwest.
They patrol right field, and both have pop at the dish. Hammers this ball down the right field line. If it stays fair, it's gone! This ball lifted high in the air out to center field. Robinson is back at the wall, and it is gone. His nickname, The Shed, was given to him for display of multiple baseball tools. They call him the Big Chill for his unflappable demeanor. Both Mazzara and Haniger are excelling in their third season in the bigs, and both will be called upon tonight to make a difference in an AL West rumble in the Pacific Northwest. And welcome to Seattle, side of tonight's ball game. Rangers and Mariners, first game in this quick two-game series on a beautiful night up here in the Pacific Northwest. Welcome in, everybody. Great to have you along with us tonight. I am Dave Raymond, and Tom Grieve will be alongside here very shortly. Such is the state of professional sports in Seattle that on a night like tonight, such incredible weather, there's still a cloud hanging over this team as the news of Robinson Cano violating Major League Baseball's Joint Drug Prevention and Treatment Program today. He was suspended for testing positive for a banned substance. This is a franchise that right now has the longest postseason drought in all of American sport, and they lose their 8-time All-Star and one of the great young players in the game. So an 80-game suspension, and maybe worse, Tom, here's a guy who will be lost for the postseason as well as part of this suspension. So now let's turn our attention to other news, guys who are going to play in this game. The Rangers need some help. They need some things to go for them offensively, and you're looking for somebody to catch a spark. Maybe this is the good place for Shin-Soo Choo.
Well, the Rangers have not had a good season so far offensively, so they do need a veteran or two to step up in this ball game. Shin-Soo Choo hopefully will be that veteran tonight. So far against the Mariners, he's off to a good start in the season series. 5 for 13, a few doubles, scored a couple of runs. Also against tonight's starter, Mike Leake, he's got a career .353 batting average with a couple of home runs. The Rangers have the most games started by players 25 and under. Shin-Soo Choo as a veteran, Robin Citrinos, those are the veteran guys that need to step up.
Okay, now on the other side, the stunning news of Robinson Cano's suspension today. I mean, that might put a little more pressure now on Nelson Cruz.
Well, Nelly Cruz is the kind of guy that can handle the pressure. He can carry a ball club, there's no doubt about that. In the season series, he's gone 7 for 14 against the Rangers. Another interesting note, when Seattle wins, he hits .373. When they lose, he hits .075.
All right, so maybe he's the key tonight from the Rangers side as well. By the way, Maz and Haniger, we highlighted them at the Open. We'll do it again in the spotlight. Two big right fielders in this one tonight. Rangers baseball is brought to you by Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today. Ford is the best in Texas. By Budweiser, a legendary lager for legendary moments. Rangers fans, this Bud's for you. And by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. game one this evening. We talk about our Shiner Box spotlight today with Mazara and Haniger. How similar the numbers for these two right fielders. I mean, great production. Remember, Mazara got off to a slow start in terms of RBIs, but he is already nearly caught up with Mitch Haniger. Maybe one big difference between these guys. Haniger's been batting sixth primarily in the order, where Mazara counted on in the third and fourth spots in the order for the Rangers, but two very good right fielders.
Now, when you look at Mitch Haniger, I think all you have to do is look at the first 3 games of this season series and what he's done against the Rangers. He's gone 7 for 12. He's hit 3 doubles, 3 home runs, knocked in 7 runs, all in that 3-game series in Texas. So he has been a key guy and a thorn in the Rangers' side. From the Rangers standpoint, let's talk about Nomar Mazara. Nomar Mazara, 10 home runs, 26 RBIs this year, and in May, he's been pounding right-handed pitchers. His slugging percentage is 1,000. That's the highest in Major League Baseball. For more on Nomar, let's head down to Emily Jones.
Yeah, Tom, as Nomar has talked about at length, he's trying to take steps forward each season and within each season, and he's been able to do that so far in his young major league career. He really did work on improving his approach at the plate, and he says he's feeling like he's seeing the results here early on. And he said what has been the biggest difference for him thus far is letting the ball travel deeper into the zone. He feels like he's seeing the ball better, and then couple that with the fact that he feels like he's really able to utilize his hands well, to where he doesn't have to think when he's at the plate, has enabled him to, like he said, not think so much and just let the game come to him, let himself see those pitches that are coming into the zone, get deeper in the zone, and then make that good connection on them. Also, too, his demeanor and personality obviously help things. They call him the Big Chill for good reason. He doesn't seem to be too phased when things are good or bad either way. And so that demeanor, coupled with the sheer talent and also the desire to continue to up his game, have translated into quite a strong start for Nomar Mazara this season. It will be he and the rest of the Rangers taking on Mr. Leake and Mr. Minor going at it for the Rangers. We'll have the first pitch from Seattle in the opener coming up after this.
Baseball here in Seattle. We've enjoyed a couple of days of really nice weather up here. We're set to go. Delano DeShields ready to lead things off here for the Rangers. It'll be DeShields and Chu and Profar here in the first. Mike Leake making the start for Seattle. And a 4-3 mark for him so far. He dropped strike one right in there, and we are underway. 70-degree night. Delano takes low, 1-1. Well, you don't always get this kind of weather up here, but when you do, you realize what a special place it can be. A little bouncer, shortstop, and Segura on the bat exchange, unable to make the play. So DeShields is safe to start this one tonight.
Yeah, a simple play for Segura that was made slightly more difficult by the fact that it's Delano running. It probably made Segura hurry on a routine play and caused that error. Actually took a nice hop to him, must have taken his eye off the ball, and the reason for that is the speed of Delano DeShields. Force the defense to be quicker, and that can create errors.
A great break to start this one today, and now Chu takes a strike. The key with Chu, that yellow note there at the bottom. Right, he's done real well against the Mariners this year, and he's a guy. There have been some moments for Chu where he got going a little bit, especially with the power. But he has not hit a home run now in 21 games, so it's been a long drought for him. And obviously Mike Leake concerned that Delano might want to take advantage of being on base here in the first inning. DeShields with 7 steals so far this year in 9 attempts. This ball hit well, but right to Segura, and he will throw on the first. Now wait a minute, that looked like a liner, did it not?
Yeah, the umpire ruled that it hit the ground, and I think just by the fact that Segura sprinted to the bag, I don't think he could pull off that kind of a masquerade.
Well, that's pretty. That is really close.
Yeah, he almost caught it in the air, but just that first reaction to sprint to the bag, I think, leads you to believe that it bounced. And the umpire, he signaled that it hit the ground first.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're Delano, not much you can do on that one.
No.
I mean, that's a pretty tough read, and wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway, as Profar takes a strike.
No, the best thing you can do on that is go back to first base and hope that it is a line drive, because if it's not, you weren't going to get to second base anyway.
Profar hits this ball high in the air out to center field, carrying back toward the wall, but Gordon able to get there, and that will complete the inning. So leadoff error does not blossom for the Rangers in their half of the first inning, and now Mike Minor will come out and see what he can do. Set to start his night as we take a look at the Seattle Mariners, 23-17 overall this year. And starting in center field, leading it off is D. Gordon. Gene Segura, the shortstop, bats second. Mitch Haniger in right. Cruz the DH. Then it's Seager, Healy, and Mike Zunino doing the catching. Guillermo Heredia in left field, and Gordon Beckham called up and takes over at second base. So Minor set to go, and the lefty's first pitch a little bit in. Gordon with the average at 327. And there you go again with a little note there. Great speed, 13 infield hits, but he hits this one in the air, and that's not going to do him any favors. Gallo is there, one away.
Let's look at Mike Minor's pitch arsenal and see what the pitches are that he favors. He'll throw a fastball less than half the time, 40% of the time. A lot of sliders, and it's a good slider. That's why he throws it so much. A good changeup and occasionally a curveball. Versus the slider this year, opponents are hitting 171 against Mike. So when you've got a pitch that works like that, you tend to throw it a lot. That's why he probably uses his slider a little bit more than other pitchers do.
Well, he gets his first one in there for a strike to Gene Segura, the shortstop. Segura also hitting over 300 this year. We're about a quarter of the way into the season, a little past the quarter mark of the season. Segura contributing a lot in terms of extra bases with doubles, not the home runs, just 2 of those. Takes outside, it's 2-1. For Minor, his 8th start this year, 3 wins, 2 losses, and a 4.73 ERA. Hits the corner for a strike. 30 years old. Minor originally a first-round draft pick of the Atlanta Braves out of Vanderbilt University. Was the 7th overall pick in 2009. This one fouled back our direction. Stays 2-2.
Mike had an interesting start in his last start. He was pitching on regular rest for the first time, but he had a terrible first inning. 6 out of 9 batters got hits. 3 of them were home runs, and he gave up 5 runs. Yet when it was all over and done with, he pitched his longest start of the year, and in the last 6 innings, batters went 1 for 18 against him. So he overcame a rugged start and finished strong. So the overall line won't look great, but the last 6 innings were very good. There's the overall line, 7 hits and 5 runs. Didn't walk a batter. But I think what you would take away from that start would be how well he pitched in the last 6 innings and how he overcame the bad start first time through the lineup.
3-2 to Segura. And it is fouled again out of play to the right side. Yeah, the other oddity of that one, obviously just the difference between that first time through and then the rest of the game where he just figured it out, I guess. But prior to that start against Detroit, he'd given up 3 home runs all year. And as you mentioned, in that first time through the order, he gave up 3 home runs 1 time through the order.
Yep.
Weird. It was like, who's he?
Baseball's a funny game.
Payoff once again, and Segura pops it up, and back out of play. So Minor doing some extra work here on the Mariners' second place hitter. Segura doesn't walk a lot, but he takes his 7th free pass of the year right there.
Let's take a look at the Rangers defense, which is delivered by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance. The regular outfield, Joey Gallo, Delino DeShields, Nomar Mazara. In the infield, without Adrian Beltre, it's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at third. Jurickson Profar again at short. Rugi is back at second. Ronald Guzman is at first, and behind the plate is Robinson Chirinos.
So now Haniger, we talked about him in the open, and I mentioned how he has been primarily batting 6th in the order for Seattle. But again, if you just joined us and missed the opening comments at the top, Robinson Cano received the 80-game suspension today, testing positive for a banned substance, Major League Baseball's drug prevention and treatment policy, and So there are a lot of shakeups now in this Mariners order. Haniger may have to do a little more work up toward the middle of the order. D. Gordon, though, he's in center field today with the start. I mean, they've already discussed the fact that he may move back to second base. It may take a couple of days to do it, but in all likelihood, Gordon's going to take over at second, replacing Cano, and they're going to have to figure out something additional in their outfield. Now stays 0-2 on Haniger.
You obviously can't replace Robinson Cano. He's one of the best hitters in the league. But the Mariners do have a solid offense. They've got a lot of veteran hitters, and when you start with Gordon, Segura, Haniger, Cruz, Seager, Ryan Healy's been hot. Mike Zunino hit 25 home runs last year. They've still got enough firepower, and it's going to boil down to the same thing with or without Cano, and that's how well the starting pitching can do. If their starting pitching shines, then with the offense they have left, they'll be fine. But without the starting pitching, even with Cano, it was going to be tough over 162 games.
Of course, they've held in really well so far, just a game and a half back of the Angels and Astros, who are in a virtual tie atop the division standings. And they've been, it's been an odd run the last 2 weeks for Seattle. You know, it's a team, you look at the overall numbers, 23-17 and hanging in there. But how about this? They've alternated wins and losses now in 13 consecutive games. Longest streak of their franchise's history. Oh, yeah, pick off to first. They've got Segura, but the throw, whoa, right over Odor's head.
Boy, the Condor's picking him off on the way to second base. Wasn't it the Condor that got Mookie Betts in the back?
That's right.
And now he gets Segura going to second. It's tough to get it to the shortstop with that kind of a jump, because by the time you go to throw it, he's directly in the line of fire. You'll get a good look at it right here. Guzman comes in to try to create an angle for himself, but then he threw it a little bit too far to the right. He actually has to throw it so that the fielder at second base has to reach slightly to his right and then come back and make a tag. Not an easy throw as it's unfolding like that. Segura was just going on the first movement without regard to whether he went to the plate or went to first base. He was going to go anyway. As soon as he moved, he was gone.
It's his 8th stolen base. Meanwhile, 1-2 the count to Haniger. And he'll take high. Well, Guzman's got to feel a little snake bit. I mean, that was a real good job of moving in to get that more advantageous angle. Still drilled the runner. Fly ball out to right center field. That ball up there a little bit, heading out to the 380 mark, and Mazara can't hold on to it. Great job getting out to the baseball, but that one drops in fair. Segura scores, and Haniger all the way to third. Seattle gets the first run of the game.
Haniger keeps pounding the ball against the Rangers. Try to throw him a fastball, a cut fastball away, slider, outside corner. Haniger drives it right to the 380 sign. Mazara gets back to it, times it, just couldn't quite keep it in his glove as he went into the wall. Another long at bat so far in this game. That's 19 pitches for Mike already through 3 hitters.
Second triple of the year for Mitch Haniger. And now Cruz, and he takes strike 1. So a walk, a stolen base, a triple. Infield back. They'll concede the run here for an out, and another foul ball back out of play. Cruz at 242 for the year, 7 home runs. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, maybe a little more pressure now for him. Not that he can't handle it. 1-2 the count. I mean, that is why you have a guy like Nelson Cruz on your team. I mean, he is a big time hitter. But no Robinson Cano now on the order for him for the next couple of months. Strike 3 called. He's down looking. So Minor gets his first strikeout of the night, and that's a big one right there.
Take a look at it. It looked like a backdoor slider. Let's take a look. He's trying to throw it down and in. Actually, a curveball. It never gets down and in. Instead, it just drops on the upper outside part of the plate. Cruz is looking at it in disbelief. That's one where you missed your location and came out fine.
So 2 gone. Now Seager, and he takes a strike. But it's time now for the AARP take on Mike Minor against Kyle Seager. And you can see Minor has done a very good job against Seager, and he's a good one to pick out if you want to, as a starting pitcher, you want to focus on somebody to slow down in this series. Awfully nice if you could slow Seager down.
Yeah, actually over the years it's been pretty hard to find a statistic like that that didn't favor Seager against the Rangers. Been pretty consistently good against Texas.
Rangers go with a pretty exaggerated shift on Seager. He fouls that one back. And it's not like the Rangers do a lot of shifts. In fact, you look at it, 3rd fewest. These are the only 4 teams in Major League Baseball who shift less than 10% of the time. Minor's 1-2. Even things up. You referenced it, Tom. Seager's done big damage against the Rangers in recent years, and one of just 2 left-handed hitters in the lineup today. But a guy who seems somewhat unfazed by left-handed pitching and turns it foul. You have so many guys, you play the matchups and you work hard to get those little advantages here and there, and Seager's that one guy you just don't worry at all when you're the manager of the Mariners, Scott Service, and the other team's running a lefty out there. No biggie. Seager can handle it. In fact, he's been about the best among left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching. 2-2.
Next pitch will be Mike's 30th pitch.
They're batting better against lefties. In terms of batting average, almost 50 points higher.
It's not because he's not throwing strikes. He's thrown 4 out of 5 first pitch strikes, and 20 out of the 30 pitches have been strikes. A lot of foul balls. A lot of deep counts. Not much in the way of first pitch, putting the ball in play, hitting.
A chance to get out of this with just the 1 run given up. Bouncer down that first base side, and the Condor right there. So the inning is done. Mariners do get the run on the Haniger triple, but they leave him at 3rd. We've played 1. Mariners lead 1-0. here in Seattle. 1-0 our score, top of the second inning. And let's take a look at the Southwest starting lineup for the Rangers. You already saw DeShields, Chu, and Profar in the first inning. Now Mazzara, Gallo, and Kiner Falefa at third base. Odor at second, Chirinos catching, and Ronald Guzman, the first baseman, rounding it out today against Mike Leake. The first pitch in there for a strike to Mazzara. .284 average, the good power numbers, the huge month of May so far for Nomar. A hole here now, 0-2. And not too surprising to see this, but three infielders on the right side against Mazzara. A lot of room over there on the left side. And Mazzara finds it right past third base into left field. And Nomar has the Rangers' first hit of the night.
Well, 2 strikes, he's just trying to make contact. That's where the ball ended up going. But one of the things he's doing that Emily talked about, he's letting the ball get in on him a little bit. Earlier in his career, there were a lot of times where he might have jumped out after the ball, topped it to second base. Now, by waiting just a little longer, some of those balls are ending up as line drives to the middle of the field, left center, right center, and probably some of them going out of the ballpark. And that was a slider, it looked like, that got in on him, just fought it off, and because there was no one on the left side of the infield, trotted to first base thinking, thank you very much. That's for several of those bullets I've hit into the shift, and they turned out to be outs. Got a few more of those coming.
Gallo faces a similar shift. He's in a hole 0-2. Joey with the good power numbers, but he's looking to get back in a groove again too. And really, you can say that just about all these Rangers hitters. There's the shift that he sees. Rangers coming here to Seattle after that series in Houston where they scored a run in all 3 games. 1 run in each game, and it had been the first time since 1983 that the Rangers won a series of at least 3 games and scored a single tally in each one. The good news is
they won one.
One of the days it was enough. Yeah, I mean, that'll do. Count stays 1-2 on Gallo. Joey, though, 0 for 4 on Sunday, struck out 3 times, and in fact went hitless in Houston. He was 0 for 10 with a walk. It's this ball into that shift and through the shift into right field. So 2 big shifts on. Nomar goes away from it for a base hit. Gallo says, well, what the heck? I'll just blister it right past you for a base hit.
Let's look at the pitch arsenal for Mike Leake, tonight's Seattle Mariners starter. A lot of fastballs, a lot of sinking fastballs, 60% of the time. Good changeup, and then mixes in a slider and a curveball equally as much. But for the most part, he's one of those sinker ball pitchers who tries to get a lot of ground balls. For his career, he's gotten ground balls a little over 50% of the time. This year, it's a little over 40% of the time. So hasn't gotten ground balls quite at the same rate that he has in his career. And it's only 8 starts into the season.
Well, he's allowed a couple of base hits to start this second inning, and Kiner Falefa wants to bunt. Fouls it off.
And 4 out of the first 5 batters in the game have hit ground balls. I guess if you want to call Chu's ball a ground ball, technically it's a ground ball. It's more of a line drive, though, really.
Mazzara second, Gallo first. And Kiner Falefa again bunting. Leake will pick it up. It's a good sacrifice. No, it's going to be more than that. A throwing error opens up a door here. Mazzara's in. Gallo will be stopped. And Kiner Falefa goes all the way to second. So there you go. I mean, sometimes putting a little pressure on the defense, can create opportunity.
Well, it was a nice sacrifice bunt. When Leake fielded it, Beckham, the second baseman, was on his way to first base, but it was slightly like a moving target. You can see Beckham had gone over towards second, so he's on the run. Leake had to try to time that throw, threw behind him. Beckham going toward first base, couldn't reach back and catch it. The Rangers catch a nice break right there.
His second error already tonight against Seattle. And with 2 runners in scoring position, nobody out. Odor at the plate, and he'll foul off strike 1. So a great spot here for Rugi. 195 average. This is just his 15th game of the year. Activated from the disabled list on Friday. 1 for 7 with 5 strikeouts in that series in Houston. Throw back to second. Wow. Pretty good little play.
Yeah, we'll see if that what happens for the rest of the inning on whether that's an earned run or not. But for the season, Mariners have only given up 1 earned run the whole year.
Leak with that high set. Tapper out in front of the plate. That is a fair ball. And Odor retired. A 2-3 put out. 1 away.
Take a look at the Mariner defense. Guillermo Heredia is in left field. D. Gordon in center. Mitch Haniger hot against the Rangers is in right field. Kyle Seager always at third base when you play the Mariners. Gene Segura is the shortstop. Gordon Beckham back in the big leagues will play second, replacing Cano. At first base, Ryan Healy, and behind the plate is Mike Zunino.
So 1 gone now. And here is Chirinos. So for a little bit of context on the number you just gave a moment ago, 1 unearned run charged to the Seattle Mariners this year. The Rangers have allowed 23 unearned runs. Now I guess probably worth pointing out that they're on the opposite extremes of baseball at the moment. The Rangers have allowed the most unearned runs, while Seattle the fewest. Pitch to Chirinos, and he'll hit this one down the line. Long run, Heredia, and he can't get to it. That's a base hit. Gallo scores. Kiner-Falefa on his heels. He'll score as well. And Chirinos dumps one into left field. A 2-run single. And it has the Rangers on top 3-1.
Well, the Rangers were due for a little bit of good fortune, and they've gotten some good fortune. The error by the pitcher on the sacrifice bunt. That time Leake ran his sinker in on Robinson's fists. He got jammed in a little blooper, but he placed it perfectly right down the left field line. That's a base hit and drives in a couple of runs. And of course, one of those will be unearned, so that will be the second unearned run allowed by Seattle this year.
Guzman now, and he will shank one over to the left side out of play. Ronald now in his 23rd game, average a little over 200. Just 23 years old. And he'll pull one foul. 0-2. Guzman had the 1 hit in Houston. He had 6 at bats in that series, but 1 hit. It was the home run. It was on Saturday, as I recall, right? Tendency to muddle some of the details sometimes, but yeah, that was on Saturday off Charlie Morton on a night where the Rangers did not get a whole lot of anything off Charlie Morton. This one inside, that got him. So Guzman heads down to first. And a difficult second inning for Mike Leake continues.
Yeah, that was a breaking ball that he just yanked way down and in. Curveball hit him right in the bottom of the foot. And Nomar hit a little ground ball to the left side of the infield. No one was there. Gallo hit a hard ground ball. Fortunately, he found a hole with people shifted around toward right. And Leake threw one away. Robertson popped one down the line, and now Guzman's been hit by a pitch, and top of the order's up there again.
Still just the one out. Chirinos at second, Guzman at first. Delano reached on the error in the first inning. One of two errors already.
Leake was a great pitcher in college at Arizona State. He was a high draft choice. Top 10 pick in the draft by Cincinnati, and one of 21 players out of the drafts, and the draft started in 1965, to get to the big leagues before he ever played a day in the minor leagues. Not a hard thrower, wasn't a real hard thrower back then. He just really knew how to pitch coming out of college. So much so that the Reds figured he was ready to go right straight to the big leagues.
Yeah, won 8 games in that first year. The first pitch strikes for Mariners pitchers so far this year. I saw a note a moment ago. So far 10 for 10 tonight, so boosting that number a little bit. I always say that's the success to pitching, right? Get that first pitch in for a strike.
You know, I think that's true, but it has to be a quality strike, because if you just groove it for the sake of throwing it a strike, there's a lot of hitters who hit way above 300 on the first pitch. So it's kind of a, I won't say it's a misleading stat, but it's nice if you throw a quality pitch and get a strike. It's not that nice if you throw one right down the middle and someone bombs it somewhere.
There's his first strikeout of the night as he takes care of DeShields, and 2 away.
What a nice curveball on the outside corner. Now, Leake is not a big guy either, yet for 6 straight years he's had 30 or more starts in the season, so he has been very durable for 6 years as well.
We got Chu to bounce into a double play, or kind of line into a double play. It was a weird one. A little short hop right near second base, and took the wind out of the sails in that first inning. And now has jumped ahead of him 0-2. 3 runs in the inning, but there's more to be had out there if Chu can find a way.
And Leake's thrown 31 pitches, 26 strikes, and only 5 balls.
Foul ball. Keeps it 0-2. That first inning was a relative easy one for Leake, working around an error and needed just 7 pitches. This inning, it's been a battle for him. He stays alive, so that'll extend things a little bit. So 2 starters tonight, both guys who were top 10 overall picks in the draft in successive years. Leake in 08, Minor the next year in 09. As Tom pointed out, with Cincinnati, Leake immediately to the big leagues. 8 wins that first year, 12 wins the next year. Buries that one 1-2 to count. Spent his first 6 years in the big leagues with Cincinnati before he was traded to San Francisco in 2015. He just finished off that 15 season with the Giants, made 9 starts there. Moved on to St. Louis. Chopper, first base foul. Stays 1-2.
Well, Leake has thrown a lot of strikes today, 29 out of 35. The Mariners have thrown a lot of strikes. They haven't walked anybody in 26 innings.
Chu bounces it to first. Healy, though, is there. Inning is done, but the Rangers pick up 3 runs in the second inning. Mazzara finds a hole. Gallo makes a hole, and then Chirinos delivers. One. Ryan Healy and Mike Zunino and Guillermo Heredia here in the second inning. So Mike Minor allowed the run in the first inning, the triple by Mitch Haniger, the damage in the first, and now we'll see how the left-hander responds here in the second inning, and he starts Healy off with strike 1. Healy, the former Oakland A, having a good start this year. 23 games in, he has 7 home runs, and he hits this ball well out to left center field. Hanging up a little bit. The Shields is over, and that one just gets over the wall. 8th home run of the year for Healy, and he makes it a 1-run game.
Well, Healy's been swinging the bat since he came off the disabled list. He's really been hot. He was cold before he went on the disabled list. It's almost like he needed to get healthy. But now in his last 18 games, he's hit 8 home runs. That one kind of slid back toward the middle of the plate. And since the end of April, no one in the American League has hit more home runs than that.
Now Zunino, big catcher, swings right through strike 1.
Seattle got Healy in a trade with the A's. Last year with the A's, he hit 25 home runs. He's got some pretty good power.
Well, check this out. Watch Chirinos. Minor looking in like, what do you think? He's like, no, good pitch. It's okay. Sometimes the other guy wins, I guess. Will pop up. And Odor finds his way underneath it. One away. All right, well, a lot going on for both these teams today. Rangers made a roster move today as well, as Adrian Beltre officially placed on the 10-day disabled list, retroactive to yesterday. Re-aggravated that hamstring in Sunday's game. And Hanser Alberto joined the team today, recalled from AAA Round Rock, where he's actually hitting the ball pretty well. Back for the first time since 2016. Already it takes a strike. A little more on the Beltre situation. We got an update today. Let's check in with Emily.
Yeah, after the injury happened in Houston, Adrian was pretty convinced that it was the same leg but a different area of the hamstring, and so he was waiting to see what the MRI would reveal, and in fact it did reveal that it was the same spot that was injured last time, so he re-aggravated it. Very frustrated in talking before today's game about the diagnosis. 2 to 3 weeks he'll be out. He says, look, if I need to DH more, whatever I need to do to help this team win is what I want to do. But obviously Adrian wants to be on the field. His body at this point in time, though, just not allowing it.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. A grade 1 strain according to the MRI results today. And so Rangers have to figure out how to work around that injury, and missing that guy in the lineup every day, and that is no easy task. 2 gone after the Heredia strikeout. Here's Gordon Beckham. Beckham's second game since being called up. He's 0 for 4 yesterday. They had a makeup game yesterday in Minnesota, and Beckham was in the lineup when hitless in that one. And he's the guy who was called up after Cano had broken his hand. I mean, that's the thing. The Cano thing, really the injury, they were going to lose him for 6 weeks anyway. He suffered a broken hand, I guess on Sunday in Detroit when he was hit on the hand. And then today the news came out with Cano being hit with the 80-game suspension. So for Beckham, that means back-to-back starts. Though, from the sounds of it today, Scott Service saying that may just be a couple more days, because they're going to give D. Gordon a few days to take ground balls, get comfortable again at second base, and move back there where he was a former Gold Glove second baseman. Beckham back up the middle, and that one is through for a base hit.
Well, Beckham had been swinging the bat pretty well down in AAA, somewhere around 100 at bats. He was hitting 300. He also had 19 walks and a nice on-base percentage, over 40%. High fastball that he got the bat on and snuck it right straight up the middle. Beckham, 8-year Major League veteran. Most of that came with the Chicago White Sox. So he's accustomed to being a big league player. Hasn't spent much time in the big leagues the last couple of years, though, last year and this year.
He's on with 2 outs now for D. Gordon.
Cano was going to be on the disabled list anyway. The big difference for him is now he doesn't get paid.
Well, that's a good point.
He was going to get paid for the disabled list. He won't be getting paid for this suspension, though.
Well, a home run by Ryan Healy makes it a 1-run game. here in Seattle. It is a very picturesque city. One-run game. Made that much better when you get sunshine like we have had these last couple of days. Jurickson Profar will lead things off here. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters due in the third inning for Texas. And Leake's pitch hangs a little bit. Profar lines it right to second, though.
Well, Jurickson's 0 for 2 in this game, but the first out was about a 375-foot fly ball to the warning track in right center field that he just got under a little bit, and this was a line shot, well hit to second base. So 0 for 2, but 2 solid at bats if you're counting good contact off the barrel of the bat.
Well, here's Nomar Mazara. Nomar had the base hit in the second inning, and he takes a strike here. Real good at bat. Once he got 2 strikes on him, fought it off, went the other way. They like to shift on him, especially against right-handed pitching. And he's down on the count here, 0-2. There's a shift. Seager might have even been a little more exaggerated the first time up. I think he's maybe showing just a tad more respect this time around for Maz going the other way. Look at this. He has pulled nearly 57% of balls in play against right-handed pitchers. So the number's been very clear with Nomar. Against a righty, stack it up on that right side of the infield. It's several times the number that he pulls against left-handed pitching. 0-2. A little low. 1-2 the count.
I wonder what qualifies as a pulled ball. Anything to the right of second base? Because if you hit one slightly to the right of second base, is that really pulling the ball?
So I wouldn't think so. I mean,
or is there a spot that you have to hit and it has to go right of that to be a pulled ball?
So often when we show where guys hit, right? We show, now this is just how we do it graphically on TV. I don't know if that's what they're talking about, but you know, we show it
it has
third.
to be some like straightaway second base toward first base,
where the second baseman normally or historically.
Yeah, I would say it had to be at least that to be pulled.
Yeah, I would agree. Which would represent about a third of the field. Like right there, that one is pulled into right field and toward the corner. And Mazara turns, pedaling for 2, and he's in there. A 1-out double. Nomar's 2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, Nomar's got a couple of hits even with that shift. One ground ball beat the shift. That one went over the shift. So they can play the percentages, but there's still a lot of open space out there. It's not like every time you pull the ball it's going to be an out. That was a slider. Pretty nice pitch, really, as far as Leake is concerned. It was not a strike. It was inside. Nomar still got enough of the bat on the ball to pull it down the line. Get in there with a double.
It's now Gallo, and he hit one through the shift his last time up. A hard ground ball that, you know, a lot of times you see those. If you see a guy like Gallo or Mazara hit one on the ground to the right side against those shifts, you just assume the number of bodies they have over there that they're probably going to be able to make a play. But every once in a while you'll see one where it's just hit sharply enough that the guy, whomever it may be, in this case it was Beckham, couldn't get to it. Even as deep as he was in right field. That one just low as well. It's 2-0. There's room between Beckham and Segura if you hit it hard enough, and that's where Gallo went with it last time up. Leaks 2-0. This ball hit on the ground. This one a little more toward Beckham, and he'll throw him out. 2 away. All right, man at third now with 2 out. Time for a Chevy game break. Let's say hello to Dana Larson. Yeah, kind of interesting as Kiner Falefa takes low. Would you be worried, Tom, if you were a Dodgers fan?
Yes, I would. A lot of baseball left to be played, so there's plenty of time, but I think any fan, when their team, no matter how good their team is, what year it was, if their team is 7 or 8 games under 500 in May, they're worried.
Bouncer right side by Kiner Falefa, and Healy will take it himself. The inning is done. Rangers leave a man at third. We've played 2.5 tonight. It's a 1-run game. At home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At-Bat Premium, which allows you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Go to MLB.tv for more details. Minor back to work, and he goes after Segura with strike one. Segura walked, stole a base, and scored a run in the first. Hits this ball sharply foul. Count 0-2. Segura, big part of the program here in Seattle. Signed a 5-year extension last summer. They've invested some money in this young man to kind of anchor things defensively at short, and sends that one into left field for a base hit. So Segura has been on both times tonight.
Yeah, he anchors things defensively at short, and he's a terrific top of the lineup guy. Hits to all field, shows some power.
How about this? 400 average this year. The second time that he sees a pitcher in a game. And so
it's gone up a little bit.
Just a little more.
Been hot in the last couple of weeks, hitting over 400. Well, he had a season a while back where he hit over 300, scored 114 runs, stole a bunch of bases. So he's a good player. Hit 20 home runs, 40 doubles.
Very good established player. Now here's one of the young sort of breakthrough guys, Mitch Haniger. Tripled in the first inning. Hits this one off the handle into center. On comes DeShields. He'll take it on a hop. Really good job to get that one on a short hop. Not an easy play, but Haniger's second hit of the day.
Yeah, Haniger just keeps getting his base hits against the Rangers. In the first series, he had several triples, several home runs. He knocked in 7 runs. In this game, he's already got a triple, a single, and knocked in a run, even though Mike made a good pitch on him, and ball's not hit hard. Just a little blooper that fell in front of Delino. Kind of a tough call for Segura, whether to go halfway, whether to go to second. It's the kind of ball that looked like it might be caught, but Segura judged it correctly, and if he didn't go a little more than halfway. He would have been out at second base the way Delano scooped it and got it back in. He had to time it just right.
Cruz struck out looking in the first inning. 0-1 the count to him. Spent a little time on the DL earlier this year. In fact, before we were even 1 week into the season, he was on the disabled list. Slipped and rolled his ankle on the top step of the dugout that first week of April. So that sidelined him for a little better than a week. Fouls that one away. It's 1-2. Obviously, though, a very dangerous hitter. This is the last year of a 4-year deal for Cruz in Seattle, and he has really done quite well here. Last year at 39 more home runs, 119 RBIs. In fact, led the American League in runs batted in, the average of 288. So Cruz is on there, loaded up. Minor wasn't trying to do that, guarantee you.
No, he's trying to throw him in for sure. In fact, he's trying to throw him up and in. He just held on it too long. You can see Robinson Chirinos not way down in his crouch, but standing up to give the target high. He wanted the ball up and in. He just got it a little bit too far up and in. He struck out Cruz in the first inning with a man on third base and 1 out.
Well, the bigger issue now, of course, is that the bases are loaded for this guy, Kyle Seager, who, you know, has been plenty of trouble for Rangers pitching over the year. Better than 300 hitter against Rangers pitching with a lot of power. 23 home runs. Seager already has hit a grand slam this year, 4 grand slams in his career. He's got Segura at third, Haniger at second, Cruz at first. Well, he's in a hole here, 0-2. Nice job by Leake. Or rather by Minor, pardon me. Well, you're taking out any way you can get it right here. I think it goes without saying a strikeout would be a huge lift. Here's the 0-2. Seager wasn't going to chase that one. Well, he went hitless in that game at Minnesota yesterday. 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. Seattle was hoping that that would be an off day, originally scheduled to be an off day for the Mariners, but they had to make up a game lost to weather earlier in the year. Stays 1-2. They've been grinding, and we showed it earlier. Scott Service's team now 13 consecutive games. They have alternated a win and a loss. I guess the good news there for Service is that they haven't fallen into any kind of slump. I'm sure it also feels like they just can't quite get anything going. Coming off a win yesterday, though. Seager takes outside again. 2-2. So Rangers orchestrated this perfectly with Seattle winning yesterday. They struggle after wins, 9-13 this year. But they're really good at bouncing back from losses. Two-two. This ball belted out to center field. The Shield's on the run, and that one is off the fence. Delano missed it. Mazzara helps recover. All 3 runners score on the Seager double. And it's a 5-3 Mariners lead.
Seager had some good swings in that bat. It was a long at bat. He saw a lot of pitches. He swung at a lot of pitches. And then he got a fastball to hit. Good velocity, but location-wise, pretty good pitch for Seager. Hit it about a foot from the top of the wall. Stayed in the ballpark, but scored 3 runs.
So now Ryan Healy, and he takes in the home run in the second inning. We're on the first, run of the second, now 3 here in the third inning. Mariners with 5 runs on 6 hits.
Now, Healy in the last 18 games is hitting .350 with 8 home runs. He went on the disabled list and really hadn't been swinging the bat much at all. Didn't have a home run. Came off the disabled list at the end of April. And he's been hot ever since.
Generally a free swinger. I mean, he's an aggressive, power hitting first baseman. Hit 25 home runs with Oakland last year. Swung at just about everything thrown up at the plate. And part of the challenge for him is trying to learn to be a little more patient. Only 4 walks so far this year. But he's ahead 3-0. Last year drew 23 walks in better than 600 plate appearances. 3-0 pitch, and he draws a 4-pitch walk here. The long inning continues, and here comes Doug Brocail.
Mike's had to throw 64 pitches so far in this game. And still trying to get an out here in the third inning. 5 batters at batted, a hit by pitch, a walk, and 3 hits.
All right, so on the one hand, maybe a little frustration that he hasn't accumulated more outs at this point. Working with a couple of base runners out there, but you just pointed out he's at 64 pitches now on the night. And this is not uncharted territory. He tends to go deep in games, and he tends to get better as he moves on. And there, Zunino helps him out. Swing and a miss. Zunino also a double play candidate. He's bounced into 4 of them this year. Knocks him out again. 0-2. All right, a bullpen live look brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Man is getting loose already. He made his big league debut on Sunday. And now a homecoming back here to Seattle, and he may get into this game a lot earlier than expected. And Zunino strikes out swinging. How about that? So after all of that, a 4-pitch walk to Ryan Healy. Zunino's up there and he swings it 3 straight. And there's the first out of the inning.
Zunino does strike out quite a bit. But he can also put a charge in one if you make a mistake to him. That time Mike threw the ball exactly where he wanted to. Got him to swing at that high fastball.
So 1 away for Guillermo Heredia. And he takes a strike. Heredia struck out on the second. Ooh, takes a beauty right there, 0-2. So the base is clearing double by Seager, then the 4-pitch walk to Ryan Healy. But Zunino struck out on 3 pitches. And now an 0-2 on the way to Heredia. And he takes strike 3 call. Back-to-back punch-outs.
Well, let's take a look at it. Trying to throw the ball down and away. Boy, that's exactly where he threw it. Down and away, perfect pitch. Every pitch right where he tried to throw it to that hitter. Well, there's an interesting stat. The first 60 pitches of a game, Mike gives up a 300 average. After that, 154. So hopefully that's exactly what we'll see today. Certainly what we saw in his last start, after giving up 3 home runs and 5 runs the first time through the lineup. Pitched 6 more innings and only gave up 1 hit in those 6 innings.
He's thrown 7 straight strikes after that walk to Healy. It's ahead of Beckham, 0-1. Foul back our direction again, and the count 0-2. So that's 8 consecutive strikes.
It seems like if you had to make an assumption about Mike coming into this year, would he be strong early in the game or late in the game? You would probably lean toward early in the game because he's been such a terrific relief pitcher last year for Kansas City, coming in for short stints. I guess you would assume that early in the game, in a short stint, he'd be strong and might tire toward the end, but the exact opposite has been true. He's pitched great at the end of the game. So stamina is definitely not a problem. He's pitched 7 innings in his last start, been able to throw 100 plus pitches pretty easily.
7 innings may be a challenge tonight, just with a pitch count as high as it is, but you never know. Oh, 2 on Beckham. Beckham did have a base hit earlier. And he swings and misses, strike 3. So Minor bounces back nicely to strike out Zunino, Heredia, and Beckham in order, and the inning is done. By Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. And by GMC. Visit your local GMC dealer. Well, back here in the Pacific Northwest, we head to the 4th inning. Rougned Odor will lead things off for the Rangers, and the first pitch right in there for a strike. Rugi tapped one out right in front of the plate in the 2nd inning. Made for an easy play for Zunino. He is 0 for 1, just kind of getting his legs back underneath him. Pops this one up, short left field. Already a long run in to get to it, but he does. One away. Okay, our Kubota power stats today. Mike Leake. For whatever reason, Leake has had great success against the Rangers. His ERA sub-2 in his career. That's 2nd lowest among active pitchers. It's the lowest against any team for Leake. So welcome uniforms for him. So he takes a look at Robinson Chirinos. Chirinos takes a strike.
Yeah, Leake pitched well for Seattle when he came over here in the trade. Was with St. Louis before that. Went 3-1. Nice 2.53 ERA.
Chirinos got him that first time up, a 2-run single. He just kind of blooped it out into left field, right near the foul line. Gets ahead now 2-1. Robbie needs to see some things fall his way here offensively. Does have the 6 home runs. That one foul. 2-2. The strikeouts that jump off the page at you for Chirinos. 5 walks against 49 strikeouts. He foul tips that one into the glove. The strikeout here is a 2nd out of the inning. Now your next Texas Chili Company Dollar Hot Dog Night will be Wednesday, May 23rd. Rangers and Yankees. Come on out to Globe Life Park. Get ballpark hot dogs for just $1 each. Go to TexasRangers.com for tickets or call 972 Rangers. Now Guzman, and he'll lay off one upstairs. Guzman was hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning. Not sure how much of it he actually felt. Just clipped the bottom of his heel. 1-1 the count. Rips this one over first, just foul. On an off day here yesterday. The travel on Sunday night after the game in Houston, fairly simple. Got in a reasonable hour. Guys able to just enjoy Seattle yesterday. Night game tonight, day game tomorrow. We're out of here. Little slow roller out to Beckham. And he'll throw out Guzman to complete a 1-2-3. Top of the 4th inning. To the last of the 4th we go. Mariners lead by 2. Bottom of the fourth inning, and the Mariners will be sending the top of the order. D. Gordon, Gene Segura, and Mitch Haniger. Mike Minor still looking to put a 0 up on the scoreboard for the first time tonight. Allowed a run on the first, a run in the second. 3 runs last inning. I think it's Gordon to foul off a strike. Our TXU Energy Power player to watch, D. Gordon. Well, he has been crushing division teams. Second highest average at 381 by any player versus division opponents. Ground ball down to first, and Guzman takes care of him. The funny thing is, so he's been having all this success in the American League West division, and there's only one player who's been doing better against his division in baseball. Also in this division, Andrelton Simmons. So it's a tough American League West this year.
Well, Gordon must be facing a lot of Western Division teams recently, because he's hit over 400 in the last 14 games. It's been hot against everybody the last couple of weeks.
Segura fights off the first pitch in the fourth inning.
Segura's been hot too. 12 for his last 24. And already in this game, he's walked, he's singled, and he's scored twice.
This one down toward that right field corner. No room down there for Mazzara. 0-2. Minor struck out the final 3 batters he faced in the third inning, and this one is into that same spot down the right field line.
Yeah, after the first 5 got on base, last 3 hitters, Zunino, Heredia, and Beckham, I don't think he missed the spot he was trying to throw to all 3 of those hitters, and struck every one of them out. Wherever Robinson put his glove to those last 3 hitters, Mike fired the ball right there.
And that was right after the Brocale visit. I always wonder in those moments like this, does a pitching coach just have something they notice mechanically?
Not sure.
You know? 1-2 pitch. There's Broke talking with a skipper, and already, here we go. Another check into that bullpen. The pitch count today just not going to be managed well by Minor. It's jumped on him early. Over 80 already. Once ahead of Segura, 0-2. Segura's now worked the count full. Payoff pitch right back up the middle. Wow, I don't know how that missed Minor.
That guy can hit. He's a good hitter. He's got a really short swing, short, quick stroke, especially with 2 strikes. Trying to make some contact. He fouled some balls down the right field line, and watch this quick swing. Right back through the middle. A free swinger, he doesn't walk much. Pretty much his on base percentage is what he hits. But he's a tough out.
Stole his 8th base back in the first inning. Now Haniger takes the ball. Haniger's 2 for 2. Triple and a single for Haniger. The average was at 285 coming in. He's about 10 points with his night tonight. Well, we saw the phone ringing. Brandon Mann warming up again. My guess is he's got enough adrenaline pumping through him tonight that he's ready pretty much anytime that phone rings. Minor 85 pitches working here with the fourth inning. Really use a ground ball, and count now 2-1 on Haniger. Haniger last year slowed by some injuries. Had an oblique injury and then took the fastball to the jaw. And an otherwise really breakout season for him. Now he finished strong. Once he got back, got healthy, started using that C flap you see on his helmet to protect the jaw. Hit 7 of his 16 home runs in September. And nearly hit 400. I guess we'll just say well over 350 in the month of September. Hit 365. So a real strong finish to the year for Haniger, and a great start this year. 10 home runs already and 30 RBIs.
And when you look at the Mariners team and the improvement it's shown this year, you can look to the trade that brought Segura and Haniger here from Arizona. Both Segura and Haniger in the same trade. Gave up Taijuan Walker, a promising right-handed young starter. Ketel Marte, a middle infielder. Early returns on that trade are pretty positive in favor of Seattle.
Runner goes, pitches down low. Chirinos, good fire to second, not in time. Segura with his second stolen base of the ball game.
Pretty good throw by Robinson. Gets rid of it as quickly as he can, and the throw is right on the money. But Segura just beat it. Robinson's wondering, what do I have to do to throw somebody out? He can't throw it any better than that. Dropped it right on top of the base. Segura got his hand in before the tag, though.
Now a fly ball out to center field. The Shields on the run, can't get to it. Segura got a great read. He'll head to the plate. He scores. It's a base hit for Haniger. And the Mariners lead 6-3.
It's the second blooper in a row for Haniger, and it's the second time that Segura had to make a good decision on a little blooper. And he gauged both of them correctly. The last time he was on first base, the little blooper fell in front of Delino, and he scampered into second base before Delano could get the throw in, which he did quickly. This time he didn't wait to try to see what the ball was going to do. He judged it right off the bat and scored.
And it ends Miners' night a little earlier than expected. A lot of self-doubt Brandon Mann made his big league debut at the age of 33 on Sunday. Quite a moment in the 7th inning in Houston, and he did a great job. He faced a total of 6 batters, retired 5 of them. The only hit he gave up to Alex Bregman. And a young man who never gave up, born right here and grew up in the area just a little south of where we are at this moment. Now in his 2nd big league game, appears in relief tonight for the Rangers. His reward, Nelson Cruz.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself to pitch that long in some of the places he pitched and feel like you're still going to be a big league pitcher. So there were probably a lot of doubters that watched him pitch early, but he wasn't one of them. He believed that he could do it.
0-2 the count now.
Love to see someone get rewarded for that kind of apprenticeship that he put in independent baseball, minor league baseball. Nice story.
Japan. He even took a little time away from the game. Injuries. I mean, it's a long list of hurdles and challenges that he overcame. The 0-2 way inside.
His wife and sister got to Houston for his first game and saw that. Comes right straight to Seattle after that, where his family lives. They're all here tonight. First game they get to see him pitch. That's timing about as good as you could possibly get it.
I wonder how much he slept in the last couple of days.
I don't know.
That must have been the longest off day ever yesterday. Inside, and that one got a piece of Nelson Cruz. So he is aboard, and man loses. First batter he faces tonight.
Second time that Nelly Cruz has been hit. He almost swung at that. Got ready to swing at it anyway.
Cruz down there at first base. He'll get a little attention. I mentioned on Sunday, his sister. You see her in red, right behind the fellow with the beard there. That's his sister. His wife, more to the right of the screen there. There she is. And they just got married in November. And he'd even mentioned when we talked to him on Sunday that we had some conversations about where this is going. Tomorrow will be his 34th birthday. Of course, it's a great story, and everybody interested in the guy. And Emily Jones, you no doubt have a whole lot more.
Well, you guys were just talking about it, the fact that he never did doubt himself. He said even when he would get cut from any team, he still was convinced in his mind that he could be a big league pitcher. And he said he never really realized how his story resonated until the last 48 hours. And he said just the amount of outreach that he's received by people being inspired by his story, his perseverance, really opened his eyes. He said, this has just been my journey. I never imagined that anyone else would, even take notice of it the way they have, and that it would hit home the way that it has with so many people.
Yeah, I guess it's hard probably to think of yourself in those terms as Nelson Cruz comes off the field, and
that was a breaking ball that hit him. It must have just hit him perfectly because he can't even walk. And so today they lose Robinson Cano, and not sure exactly what's going to be the end result of that ball, but that must have hit him exactly in the. It looked pretty harmless, really, but it's obviously not harmless. Well, he couldn't even walk. He was trying to run, but he had to be helped off the field.
That is a weird one. So you see Ben Gamble, who's taken over as the pinch runner. Hannegard second. And now Seager takes one up and in for a ball. So I'm sure it's difficult to think of yourself as any sort of story or inspiration for anybody else. You're just kind of minding your own business, trying to do your thing.
Just working as hard as he can to get here. But people love the story of an underdog. There's been great movies made about him. Not him, but underdogs. People just enjoy when someone's rewarded for that kind of perseverance.
So having grown up around here, I got to talking to him on Sunday about it. He pointed out not only did he meet Tony Barnett when they were both over in Japan at the same time playing for different teams, but they figured out, well, we played against each other in high school. About 10 minutes from each other here in Seattle. Fly ball out to left field. Gallo is back and he's able to make the play. 2 away. And so he was telling the stories about those two playing against one a couple of games. So I went to ask Tony Barnett about it, and we got to talk a little bit. You know, Tony, there's Tony, Tony's got a little more under his belt now at the big league level, a little more comfortable. And we were talking about what a neat story it is and everything. And he's like, that's the thing about baseball, man. He's like, you just got to keep showing up. And Tony, he really oversimplifies it. He's like, look, any Joe can just throw a baseball, and if you just keep doing it long enough and refuse to hear no, you could be in the big leagues too. I wish it was that easy.
That's not quite true. I'll say a left-hand pitcher that can throw a good curveball for strikes always has a chance. Curveball or a slider may not end up as a starting pitcher, but there's a specialty role in the bullpen for a lefty that can get left-hand hitters out. Good hard slider down and in to a hot hitter, Ryan Healy. Home run and a walk in this game, hitting .350 over the last few weeks.
Man, for the time being, just trying to finish off this 4th inning for Minor. Came in, he hit Cruz. And Seager to fly out to left. A 1-1 pitch down low. And man, it pitched very well. He was 1-0 with a 1.04 ERA at Round Rock. Really good numbers. That's in 12 appearances, including a start. 13 strikeouts against 5 walks. Went to Mount Rainier High School in Des Moines, is how they say it here. 2-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Or did he foul tip it? He did. Healy stays alive.
Another good hard breaking ball. Went down and really forced him to swing at a pitch way out of the strike zone.
He did not get a strikeout in his appearance on Sunday, so still looking for that first big league punch out. And he has run the count full on Healy. The man played at Mount Rainier High School. Tony Barnett, about 10 minutes down the road in Federal Way, played for Thomas Jefferson High School. And Tony, I said, well, were you guys aware of each other? You had to be the studs. He said, phew, that was a terrible pitcher. It's like, I was a better shortstop. 3-2 pitch, line to third, and Kiner Falefa is right there for him. Yeah, nice to have a friend like that. Brandon is the man, according to the signs, and he gets out of trouble here in the 4th inning, and his family loves it. innings so far. We head to the 5th as we get to dusk tonight here in the Pacific Northwest. And it's the top of the order for the Rangers. DeShields, Chu, and Profar against Mike Leake.
Well, Leake had one bad inning. That was the second. He gave up a couple of singles, threw away a sacrifice bunt. Rangers scored 3 times. On the season, he had one bad start. That was back in April against the White Sox. He gave up 12 hits and 8 runs. Didn't get out of the 4th inning. So when you look at his ERA, it's 5.72. But if you took that one start away where he gave up the 8 earned runs, it's down in the low 4s, 4.4, a little more respectable. Pitched a strong start at Toronto in his last start, 7 innings, gave up a couple of runs and 1 walk. And one of the runs today was an unearned run. That was his error.
Hard ground ball right side of the infield. Beckham picks it cleanly. 1 away. Well, coming out to the ballpark Memorial Day weekend, Rangers and Royals. The first 15,000 fans to the game on Sunday, May 27th. They're going to get a Rangers cap courtesy of Carter Blood Care. And you can get your tickets at texasrangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. 1 away here in the 5th inning for Chu, who has hit the ball on the ground twice. Chu has 7 hits in his last 33 at bats. It's been a little bit of a struggle for him lately. 1-1 the count. This ball though lined over shortstop out into left center field, and Chu has his first hit of the game.
Nice job of hitting a sinking pitch, tailing down and away. Again, Leake is not a hard thrower. His fastball is below 90. Got good off-speed pitches and good movement on his fastball. And if he throws you one tailing down and away, that's, as a left-hand hitter, that's what you should try to do. Wait on it and go the other way. Jurickson's hit the ball hard twice. Well hit fly ball to center field and a line shot right at the second baseman.
He takes strike 1. A 6-3 ball game. The Rangers coming off that series in Houston where they were able to manage just 1 run per game. They were feeling pretty good early on here when they're putting up a crooked number. 0-2 the count on Profar. They're going to need to dig a little deeper for some more offense here tonight if they're going to win this one. Profar batting 3rd tonight. It's somewhat deliberate with Chu over there. Sends it foul. I mentioned that Leake was a good ball player at Arizona State prior to being a first-round draft pick. But 16-1 in his final year at Arizona State. Had a 1.71 ERA. But Pat Murphy, the longtime coach there, said that, well, the problem was that he probably could have been the best defensive third baseman or shortstop on that team as well. There's a bouncer down to first. Great stop by Heel. He'll go to second for 1 and take the relay back at first.
Oh, that's turning.
Wow. 3-6-3 double play, and that was all Ryan Healy. My goodness, 6-3. 6-3 our score. Bottom of the 5th inning here tonight. More beautiful scenes outside Safeco Field. Here's what it looks like inside. Mike Zunino standing at the plate. And Brandon Mann runs one up and in on him. Zunino struck out in the 3rd inning on 3 pitches. He's 0 for 2. Try to check that up. He did. 2-0. Zunino coming off his best year in the power categories last year. 23 home runs, slugged over 500, had an OPS of 840. This year hitting just above the Mendoza line coming in. But 6 home runs. The power still seems to be there for him.
Yeah, and on this team, if he does a solid job behind the plate, which he usually does, throws well, doesn't hit for average, but bombs 25 like he did last year, then he can still be a productive guy down at the bottom of the lineup. As we were talking earlier, Dave, they've still got a lot of guys in the lineup that hit well enough to carry the offensive load. So you get your defensive guy, your catcher, who can hit 25 home runs at the bottom of the lineup. He can win you some games there.
Full count now on Zunino. That's an intriguing team they built. They've been hanging around in this division race so far here for the first quarter of the season. High pop up, foul ground first base side, and Guzman is there, so 1 away. Oh man, now let's take a look at Guillermo Heredia.
And that was a good pitch that he made to Zunino. Got the ball up and in on him, tied him up.
Heredia showing bunt. Takes a strike.
Good fastball, velocity wise, 93 miles an hour.
Oh, and 2 the count. Well, Heredia has had an interesting year this year. Maybe when you look at their outfielders, might have been the most experienced and solid defensive outfielder they had. Mostly a 4th outfielder for him. To do a little hitting, but he got off to a good start, sitting over 310. This one fouled away. And then when Erasmo Ramirez was ready to be activated in a series in Arlington, well, they had to make a roster move, and so they sent Heredia out, which was interesting because they kept Ichiro on the roster at the time. But when you send a guy out, he has to stay off the roster for whatever, like 10 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he was just kind of stuck down there at AAA. Now at the time, Scott Service said the deal was we had to send somebody out to make room for Ramirez, and we were going to face 8 consecutive lefties after that game against the Rangers, or 8 righties. And so he's like, well, Heredia will likely not play a whole lot against those right-handers, so we'll let him go down to Tacoma and just kind of keep playing, and then he'll be ready in 10 days to come back. The problem is, since he has come back, he's hitting well below 200. He was hot prior to the demotion. Hits this ball high in the air out to center field. Room out there for the Shields, and there are 2 gone. All right, time now for a Chevy game break. Let's bring in Dana Larson. Interesting It is. It's an interesting situation in Cleveland. You know, he's been injured, now not effective. We were talking earlier about the Dodgers, Tom, and whether you'd be nervous if you were a Dodgers fan. If you're an Indians fan, that's the type of news that would be a little unsettling.
Yeah, that part's unsettling. The thing that mitigates it a little bit is the fact that the second place team in that league, Minnesota, was 17-20 coming into the season. And when you look at the National League West, you've got Arizona, Colorado. Not that they're running away from it, but they're both solid teams above 500. So a little more competition in the National League West, at least so far in the season. But Cleveland has struggled with their bullpen. They've had to throw a lot, and they've been giving up a lot of runs.
Two gone on the 2-1 pitch to Gordon Beckham. It's ball 3. Beckham 1 for 2 today. I mentioned how he was called up after Sunday's game when Robinson Cano was injured. That's now his second game with the big club this year. And he hits this ball down the left field line, and it is a fair ball. Right off the base of the fence. Beckham into second, and he has a double.
Beckham's been willing, after almost 9 years in the big leagues, to spend a lot of time in the minor leagues the last couple of years to work his way back. Hit a pretty good pitch right there, 92 miles an hour off the plate, but kept it fair and almost hit it out of the ballpark right down the line.
Yeah, well, at the bat, that was the initial concern. So fortunate for Man that it stays in, and now here is D. Gordon. There's ball 1. Yeah, Beckham's interesting. Not that long ago, at least it doesn't seem that way anyway. He was a starting second baseman for the White Sox. He had an opt-out clause in his contract that would allow him to opt out of his deal today if he wasn't promoted to Seattle. And so it just sort of seemed by random chance that the opportunity presented itself after the injury on Sunday. Well, who knows? They might have been forced to do something with him anyway. 9 years in the big leagues. With nearly 700 starts at second base. So nice guy to have down there when things happened with Cano this week. 1-2 the count on Gordon. And of course now it sounds like it might be a short-lived audition at second base for him if they indeed do bring this guy, D. Gordon, back into the infield. Give him second base again. 1-2. Gordon stays alive. Former Gold Glove second baseman in Gordon, who in the really right in the peak years of his big league career was told, well, we'd like you to come here to Seattle and change positions. You don't see that very often, and he was ready to go. He's like, okay, cool, I'll be a great center fielder. He's worked hard at it. Gets his ball hard to center field. The Shield's racing back, has room though, and hauls it in. So the inning is done. Another scoreless frame for Brandon Mann. When we come back, Nomar Mazara will start things off for the Rangers. Gallo, Kiner-Falefa to follow.
Presents Hats Off for Heroes, because no matter where you serve or when you served, we stand ready to serve all military families.
6-3, but the heart of the order do this inning for the Rangers. Nomar Mazara, who is 2 for 2, single and a double. And he hopes to get things started in a good way again here in the 6th inning. He led off the 2nd with a base hit, and then in the 3rd inning he was due up 2nd and came up with that double. And he hits this ball on the ground up the middle, but right to Segura, who throws him out, and there's one away. Coming out to the ballpark for Star Wars weekend. The first 15,000 fans to the ballpark on Saturday, May 26th, will receive a Star Wars Han Gallo bobblehead, courtesy of Medical City Healthcare. Rangers and Royals, 3:05 game. And you can get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Here is the Jedi, who is 1 for 2 tonight with a run scored. Right-hander to the plate, and this one is shot down the left field line, heading into that corner, and it's gone! Whoa! Right inside the pole and just over the wall. And that was a line shot the opposite way by Gallo, 13th home run of the year, and it's back to a 2-run game.
Yeah, you just can't underestimate how far a ball's going to go that Joey hits. Someone else hit that ball. It looked like it was just going to slice down the line and maybe go foul. The pitch is not a strike at all. It's tailing. It's outside. Joey hit a little bit toward the end of the bat. But he's so strong, he still hit it well enough to go 335 feet, sneak it right out of the ballpark down the left field line.
That bat's broken, right? It sounded like it.
Yeah, it might be.
It's no good anymore. That one hit well over 3rd and down into the left field corner. The extra bases for Kiner Falefa as he goes to 2nd with a double.
Well, Rangers making a little noise here in the 6th inning. Mariners have done most of the scoring the last few innings, but still a close ball game. The Rangers trying to cut into the lead again with that double. This pitch is a sinking fastball, lower inside part of the plate. But that one was hit on the barrel of the bat well down the left field line. So back-to-back extra base hits. Rangers down by 2. Tying run at the plate.
So here is Odor, 0 for 2. And he hits this ball out to right field. And that one is over the head of Haniger. Kiner Falefa scores. Odor with the RBI double, his 3rd of the year, and it's a 1-run game.
Well, it's been all Mariners the last few innings, but all of a sudden, after one batter and a harmless ground ball, the Rangers have struck quickly with extra base hits. A home run, a double on 2 decent pitches. That was a hanging slider right down the middle of the plate. And Rugi barely snuck it over Haniger's glove in right field. Picks up an RBI. Still a man in scoring position and only 1 out.
And Mel Stottlemyre, their pitching coach, out to the mound to have a word with Leake and the catcher Zunino. Some activity out in their bullpen, and Altavilla loosening up out there. So a short visit. Stottlemyre is done, and Leake will go back to work. 3 runs in the 2nd, 2 runs here in the 6th. And that was a pretty rapid roll up of 3 extra base hits. I don't know, that might have been a span of 4 pitches. Now Chirinos comes up empty. Robbie had the 2-run single in the 2nd inning. It's 1 for 2. Pops this one up back behind home plate. 0-2 the count. Well, 5 runs on 8 hits so far for the Rangers. Jeff Bannister hopes they're not done yet. Top of the 6th inning. And Leake, I mean, his pitch count is in very good shape. Sitting at 81 pitches so far tonight. He's only thrown 9 pitches in this inning.
Out of early in the count hitting.
That goes back to that point you were making earlier, right, about throwing a first pitch strike. you can carve off a little too much of the plate sometimes. Low, it's 1-2.
Yeah, in the game, he's thrown 83 pitches, 64 of them have been strikes. Hasn't walked anybody. Been almost 30 innings since a Mariners pitcher has walked anybody.
Hard line drive up the middle. That's a base hit. Here comes Odor. No throw offered, and we are tied at 6. Chirinos down 2 strikes in the count and able to battle back and shoot that one up the middle.
Yeah, if you were on the Mariners bench or out on the field, you had to be feeling pretty good about this game. After Nomar grounded out, 3-run lead, everything's going their way, and all of a sudden, home run, double, line shot up the middle. 3 runs have scored, and Leake is gone, and so is the lead.
New game and a new pitcher as well. Your local Buick dealer. And by LG, OLED TV with AI BenQ. Yeah, Seattle on a beautiful Tuesday night, and we have a new game. 6-6 our score, and everybody's favorite apartment complex, Dan Altavilla, has come on to pitch. Sounds like a lovely place to live.
Well, his ERA's elevated a little bit, but his opponent's batting average is not at 178. There's a fastball, good fastball, and a slider. Gets his share of strikeouts. Trying to stop the damage here. The Rangers have had 4 straight well-hit balls in a row.
And Guzman took a huge swing.
Just missed that thing. He had a home run swing, He just got under it a little bit. That's a frustrating feeling for a hitter, to get your pitch, put your swing on it, and just miss it. He hit a bomb the other day and almost had another one right here. That one had a chance to go off the glass in the restaurant above the first deck if he got a hold of it. Nice swing. Just missed it.
One thing was up there forever. Now, Delino, and he takes a strike. Play to Shield straight up on the infield. If he can just find a gap somewhere in the outfield. I guess Chirinos, the runner in front of him. It's a long way to run, but who knows? A little bit high, 1-1. The game tied. So that means that Mike Minor is taken off the hook. And it also means that Brandon Mann, so the Rangers find a way to add another run here. Well, he would be the pitcher of record. And who knows if he's coming out for more or not? We don't have a good feel for that yet. 2 balls and a strike on to Shields. And there's an indication. Barnett warming out there, so it may take a run right here in this 6th inning for Mann. Two and 2. Three runs in the 2nd, 3 in the 6th for the Rangers. Trying to get this series off on the right foot. A series that will end tomorrow afternoon. It's off to Chicago. Boy, Chirinos had a huge jump and no throw from Zunino. He couldn't get it cleanly. Chirinos saw something and went on first move. Yeah, he's got a stolen base, his first of the year. That was awesome. I love the reaction.
Occasionally you catch someone by surprise. It doesn't take speed. It just takes someone that's not paying any attention to you. First baseman's not holding him on. You get a little bit bigger lead. You know the pitcher's not going to throw over to first. So you get a little bit better jump. So why not get into scoring position as the go-ahead run?
Altavilla's 3-2. Outside, that's ball 4. So the Shields is on as well. I mentioned that we're headed to Chicago on this trip as well. Tomorrow afternoon, we wrap up things here in Seattle. So you look at our progressive upcoming schedule. Then the 4 in Chicago. And back home, big homestand, Yankees and Royals in town. And then, whoa, wait, back here again? Spent a lot of time in Seattle here in May. Here's Chu. Chu had a base hit his last time up, 1 for 3. Holds off. That one was inside, and on the appeal, he did not go. 1-1 the count. So Altavilla just recently activated off the disabled list. He's got a fly ball out. There's a swing of that ball. Hit high in the air, deep out there to center field. Gordon gets underneath it. And I don't know if he caught it or it caught him.
It went in his glove. That's about all you can say.
This one is done. Rangers, though, happy to have tied the score, and it started with Joey Gallo going the opposite way. Just snuck it out. We're tied at 6. ready to go now in the bottom of the 6th inning. His 8th appearance of the year.
Yep, numbers for Tony. Good opponent's batting average. Features a fastball, a curveball, slider, and a changeup. Be his 8th ball game. And it's his game right now. Rangers came back with 3 in the top of the 6th inning to tie this game. And Tony right now is the pitcher of record for the Rangers. You can shut him down and the Rangers can score. He can get himself a win.
He just got done with all that fun stuff. The local kid, Brandon Mann. And now another local kid, and Tony Barnett. Tony going after Segura, Haniger, and then Ben Gamble in this inning. Segura has been on every time and scored every time. And he takes here 2-0. Walk and 2 singles. Dangerous right-handed hitter. He swings and walks this one high in the air out to the left. Gallo going back like he might have room, and he does. 1 away. We check in again with Emily Jones.
Yeah, Tony and his wife Hillary spent the off day at Tony's alma mater, Thomas Jefferson High School, where his former baseball coach brought him in to do a meet and greet with some former teachers of his and current students. And Tony said it was pretty cool to go out on that old baseball field, see kind of where he came from, and ultimately ending up in Major League Baseball. So Dave, just like he was telling you guys, anybody can figure this thing out, right?
Yeah, no big deal. Just keep trying. That's all.
Well, it feels that way, I guess, to the player, but along the way, there's a lot of people that didn't make it that look up to him as one of the stars that did make it. Sometimes maybe you underestimate what it takes to get to the big leagues. Even guys that persevere for years and years, like Brandon Mann did, and in some ways like Tony did.
It's such a funny game, and to some guys more humorous than others. But for all the guys who have persevered and then found their way in, and outlasted all the challenges, there are those guys who are highly touted, can't miss prospects, first-round draft picks, who, for whatever reason, that window of opportunity eluded them. It just didn't quite open in the right way at the right time for them.
Well, most of those guys got every opportunity they could possibly get. When a team has picked a guy high in the draft, they're going to do everything they can to try to develop that player. So if they don't make it, it's generally not because they didn't get a shot. Along the way, there's a lot of guys that never got a shot that, if they did, probably could have been nice big league ball players.
Haniger rips this one out to left field, but Gallo right there. 2 away. So think of guys who were, good enough, right? Everybody sees all this talent. They draft him in the first round, and it just never pans out.
Well, baseball out of all the sports is the hardest one to predict, especially when you're drafting 17-year-old high school kids. At least in the other sports, especially football, you're usually drafting a senior or a junior anyway, and you've seen them play at a very, very high level of college football, so you have at least a little bit of an idea how they're going to fit in. Not all top draft picks in football make it. Basketball, there's some high school players, a lot of one and done guys that are still very young, but in baseball, it's just so hard to predict. Kids that are 17, they come from different levels of play. Some come from small schools that play competition where they might not have seen very good pitching, but they run, they throw, they have power, they're raw, but they're very talented, and because of the tools, they're picked high. But it's very difficult to predict exactly what's going to happen when they start seeing other players who come from great programs that have a lot of talent just like they do, that throw harder than pitchers they've ever seen, have breaking balls they've never seen before. It's hard to know exactly how the tools are going to play out and whether or not they're going to become good players. So it's an educated guess for sure, even in the first round of a baseball draft. Occasionally there's guys like Alex Rodriguez, Bryce Harper, Ken Griffey Jr., that are Chris Bryant, just to name a few, that are picked in the top 2 or 3 of the draft, where if you could label a high school kid can't miss, those kids would have been labeled can't miss or college player. But for the most part, even in the first round, there are just no guarantees that the players are going to be frontline big league players, in a lot of cases even get to the big leagues.
Strike 3 called on Gamble, and it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th for Tony Barnett. So still even at 6. We keep moving on. Seventh inning. We'll see the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Rangers: Profar, Mazzara, and Gallo. And that's in a lot of ways what we were looking at last inning, when the Rangers sent 8 men to the plate, scored 3 runs on 4 hits.
I'm going to give you the name of a guy, talking about guys that might have been solid big league players and never got a chance.
Cue shot by the mound, and the
Wow.
bare hand
What a
throw in time by Segura. That is nifty.
You know, when you look at this game for Jurix and Profar, it's just, you know, you're going to go home tonight and just going to sit and stare at the ceiling after this game. First time up, he hits one 380 feet to center field that's caught at the warning track. Next time up, he hits a line shot that the second baseman catches. Then he hit another ball that looked like it was going to right field that Ryan Healy stabbed and turned into a double play. And then he finally hits one soft. Looks like he might sneak one in there where you'd say, fine, he earned one, even though he didn't hit it well after the first 3 at-bats. And Segura makes that play on him. All you can do is shake your head. He's hit him long, he's hit him hard, he's hit him soft. All of them look like they had chance to be base hits, and on the night he's 0 for 4.
New pitcher coming on for Seattle. 7th inning of this Memorial Day weekend. Join the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation in remembering those who have lost their lives in service to our country. American flags will be displayed on the north lawn over Memorial Day weekend to honor our heroes. And if you'd like to make a donation to honor loved ones with a commemorative flag, you can visit texasrangers.com/heroes. All proceeds will benefit the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation's nonprofit military partners. Okay, so James Pazos has come on in this 7th inning, and he has emerged as a very important man for the Mariners.
Well, he's putting up some important numbers too. 1 walk and 15 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting 185 against him, and his ERA is 117. He's got a good fastball, mid-90s fastball, hard slider, and if you're going to use Pazos in a game, this is probably where you're going to use him, with Mazzara and Gallo hitting back-to-back in a tie ball game. You're going to go with your best right here late in the ball game.
One out, nobody on. I think it's that one in there as well. It's 0-2 to Mazzara. Pazos has kind of become their high leverage left-hander. Had a good rookie year last year. Came over from the Yankees and pitched in 59 games last year for Seattle and a 3.86 ERA. Mazzara fights him off nicely.
So the guy I want to tell you about is a guy named Joe Patterson. I played with him in Denver, 1970 and 1971. He played 14 years in minor league baseball, 7 years in AAA. The last 3 years he played with Denver, he had 306, 321, 307. In his career, he was almost a 300 hitter in the minor leagues. And in his career, he walked as much as he struck out. He stole 388 bases and had 6,600 at bats. Now, he wasn't a good thrower, and he was an average outfielder. That was the knock against him. But this guy could hit. He's one of those guys you say he woke up hitting in the middle of winter and came out and got a base hit. He was a switch hitter. And if he got a chance to play in the big leagues, at the very least, he would have been a really good pinch hitter, a guy, 4th outfielder to come off the bench. Never got a taste of the big leagues, and played for 14 years. So, you know, there's a guy who is a really good minor league player at the highest level and never even got a taste of the big leagues and played for 14 years. And Brandon played for 16 years and finally got a taste of the big leagues. Joe Patterson never did.
He just needed to go 2 more years.
Maybe he needed to play 2 more years.
Here's Gallo.
You don't forget the game. He was playing left field in Denver one time, and it was a long game, went into extra innings. Our pitcher's taking forever. He's screaming from left field at the pitcher, "My wife's got a roast." My wife has a roast in the oven. She's got the timer on it. That thing's gonna burn if you don't start getting people out. He was just yelling it. I was playing center field, and he was in left field. He was dead serious too, boy. We used to call him Bradshaw.
Bradshaw?
Yeah. I don't know where it came from, but we used to call him Bradshaw. That guy could hit.
Gallo off the handle, weird one hopper, and Segura handles it somehow and throws him out. So Pazos came in to face 2 tough lefties, got them both. And Gallo doesn't quite look right walking off the field. We go to the bottom of the 7th. out there. And we are still tied at 6. We'll have Seager, Healy, and Zunino in this 7th inning. Barnett was perfect in the 6th inning with a strikeout of Gamble to end it. We saw him in Houston. He came in and kind of put the fire out in the 7th inning. Got a couple of outs, but then came out in the 8th inning, and it did not go well. And that has been somewhat of a trend that we have seen this year. Pitchers who come back out for another inning. And been a lot of occasions where it just has not gone well for them. Seager couldn't hold off on that one, and he's in a hole 0-2. We'll see if Barnett can turn that around here tonight. Bullpen has done a real nice job back of Mike Minor. Minor came out in the 4th inning. Brandon Mann an inning and 2/3 scoreless. And now Barnett. Off the plate, it's 1-2. All right, so some activity out of the bullpen. Jose Leclerc getting ready. And it may be that he would come on here after a hitter or two.
Got another player for you.
Yeah.
That never played in the minor leagues. This guy hit 306 home runs in the minor leagues. But another good at bat for Tony. Back-to-back strikeouts. Cut Seager. Made him look bad. See how he did it. Good hard breaking ball down and in. So he had 306 home runs, had years back-to-back to back-to-back. 36 home runs, 37 home runs, 28 home runs, 29 home runs.
Whoa, where was he playing?
He was playing in Double-A and Triple-A, mostly with the White Sox, a little bit with Boston. Joe Macco, former equipment manager for the Rangers, played all those years in the minor leagues. 18 seasons of minor league baseball, hit 300 home runs, and never got a taste of the big leagues. Now, there had to be a place somewhere for a guy that could hit that many home runs.
Yeah, and those would have been in.
And, you know, let's face it, the guys that play that long, and even if they finally get a chance to play in the big leagues, another strong at bat for Tony. He's mowing them down. 5 up, 5 down. Little tapper by one of the hottest hitters in the league, Ryan Healy. You know, there's a knock against them. Either they don't throw hard, they don't have a breaking ball, they don't have good control for a position player. They can't throw well, they don't run well, they don't have power. There's something they don't do well so that they don't get a chance. But like happens with a lot of them, once they do get a chance, their other attributes serve them well and they can have some success. And so Joe might not have been the fastest runner, but he could sure launch a home run with the best of them. So those are my 2 examples of guys from way back when that played forever in the minor leagues and put up huge numbers and never got a taste of the big leagues.
Yeah, those are really good examples. And meanwhile, you could probably do the opposite, although it wouldn't be the friendliest thing to do, to pick out a guy or two who did play in the big leagues for a certain amount of time, and you think to yourself, what's he doing here?
Sure. Exactly.
What did he do?
Exactly. That's when it's hard to name names because you don't want to downgrade or say something bad about a big league player. But yeah, there's been plenty of guys like that.
Now, and obviously, I mean, this goes without saying, but the game was played differently, thought about differently. But a guy who's hitting 35 plus home runs a year in the minor leagues right now is at the very least a candidate, and someone's going to be paying attention because that's all we seemingly care about these days at the big league level. But we also, you know, even though somebody might have a weakness today, maybe they can't throw, or like you were saying, you know, don't have good range defensively, we don't always care. Yeah. It's like, well, we'll platoon him in a certain way that'll take advantage of what strengths he does have.
It might be the 2 best back-to-back innings that Tony has had right there. 3 strikeouts, and they didn't have a chance in those 6 at-bats. Go to the third inning for the Mariners. Kyle Seager with the bases loaded, belts one off the wall. That turns out to be a 3-run double. Go to the 3-run sixth inning for the Rangers. Joey Gallo gets it started with a home run down the left field line. Rubned with a double to right field, drives in the second run of the inning. Then a line shot up the middle by Robinson Chirinos plates the third run. Those were 2 3-run innings, one for Seattle, the one in the sixth for the Rangers. Tied the game. That's our 4-game summary. And now on to pitch for the Mariners is Juan Nicasio. He will replace he'll replace James Pazos, who came in and did a nice job, retired too. Nicasio featuring an ERA a little north of 6, which he's trying to bring down. Opponents are hitting .321 against him.
This will be his 21st appearance, and they're basically, let's see, this is game 41, so they're right at a quarter of the way through the season here in Seattle, and this will be his 21st appearance. So he's on, he's pacing for 80 to 85 appearances for the year. And he gets one in there for a strike. Nicasio, a guy who last year made a National League high 76 appearances, and he did it with 3 different teams: the Pirates, the Cardinals, and the Phillies. Deals low. Kiner Falefa, 1-1 to count. So it's Kiner Falefa, Rougned Odor, and Robinson Chirinos. 8th inning in a tie game. It's outside. Fastball in there, 2-2. So Nicasio, 31 years old, good-sized right-hander. He has spent all of his career in the National League prior to this season. Have been used as a starter for the better part of his career up until recent years when he made that move to the bullpen. And he thought he had a strike there, but it's a full count now on Kiner Falefa. It's been an interesting ball game. Some runs by both teams. At one point you think the Rangers are getting hot, and then all of a sudden you think you can't stop the Mariners, and there's ball 4. A walk to start the 8th inning. And maybe that's the big lift this team needs here in the late innings. Well, the news before the game today: Robinson Cano, the 8-time All-Star, received an 80-game suspension from Major League Baseball. He tested positive for a banned substance. And then more bad news for the Mariners during the game is Brandon Mann with a back foot breaking ball forced Nelson Cruz out of the game. Now, as I understand what the x-rays have already come back negative, which is a positive. And the first pitch in there for a strike to Rougned Odor. But he will be considered day-to-day, at least for the time being. And we'll no doubt learn more later tonight and tomorrow on Nelson Cruz, but they can ill afford to lose him. Odor had the RBI double in the 6th inning to put the Rangers to within a run, and then he would score the tying run. Kiner Falefa giving a little scare right there. 1-1 the count on Odor. Both starters out of the game, and this one in the hands of the bullpen. Small lead for Kiner Falefa. Or fouls that one away. It's 1-2. Well, you think about that situation for Seattle with Robinson Cano, and An article in the New York Times today about it. Talked to a spokesperson for the Mariners today about it as well. But the other piece of information or news in that Cano deal today was that, yeah, he's suspended for 80 games. But should the Mariners find their way to the postseason, he's also suspended from participating in the postseason. That's a weird little added penalty that, you know, I guess I'm not sure I was aware of that one coming into today.
No, I didn't know that, but it wasn't a secret to the players, to agents, or to management, I wouldn't think.
Doors strikes out swinging, one away.
And, you know, the penalties are pretty well spelled out. And if you're stupid enough to get caught, then you deserve the penalty. It's pretty much as simple as that.
Now Chirinos. Well, you know, he's a guy, Cano, who had been so reliable since he debuted in 2004, or rather 2005. Cano had played in 2,037 games, which was most in Major League Baseball during that time. I mean, he was always in the lineup. And you talk about a guy you can count on as a manager. You know, Scott Service knows every day I'm putting Robinson Cano in my order right there in the middle, and he's not going to be able to do that now for like 3 months. It's a bummer for Cano. We all get that, you know, but like you say, you're stupid enough to do it. You pay the consequences. The problem is that, I mean, you're screwing your teammates.
Exactly.
It's terrible.
Exactly. I don't feel bad for Cano. I feel bad for the Mariner organization. You're paying him $25 million a year and counting him. You pay him $25 million. You expect him to be there every day and produce. And then when he's not because of this, I don't feel bad for Cano. He's getting exactly what he deserves. I feel bad for Scott Service, the Mariners, their fans, and the organization for what he did to him. You can make every excuse you want. It boils down to it's his decision to do that, and he paid the penalty. He deserves it, and that's the way it goes.
Hard ground ball, that one by first and into right field, and what a jump from first for Kiner Falefa. He's in at third easily, and the Rangers have him on the corners here in the 8th inning. Chirinos with his third hit of the ball game.
Well, you know, we were talking about, Dave, before the game started, the Rangers needed a little veteran leadership here with all the young players in the lineup. We talked about Shin-Soo Choo and mentioned Robinson Chirinos, and Robinson Chirinos in this game stepping up to the plate. He had a 2 RBI single in the second, a bullet up the middle to drive in a run in the 6th, and now in a tie ball game, he shoots one by Ryan Healy into right field, first and third, with only 1 out, a chance to give the Rangers the lead. So Robinson's stepping up with a big game.
Well, skipper Scott Service quickly out to the mound to have a word with Nicasio in the infield. This is not, it didn't appear anyway to be a move. He's out there to deliver a message. When managers go out there to deliver a message, usually it's something that they want to be perfectly clear with everybody. A lot of smiles. He is done and heads back to the dugout. Big spot now in this ball game. Mark Zipchenski now working in the bullpen, and he just got up as that conversation was happening. He's the left-hander who has been struggling, and we talked about Pazos becoming such a big high leverage guy for the Mariners because he's been throwing the ball really well, partly because Zipchenski had faltered a little bit lately. Pitch to Guzman down in the dirt, ball 1. Walk, a strikeout, and a base hit, and the Rangers have something going here in the 8th. Guzman just missed a ball in the 6th. I mean, he took a Herculean swing at it and launched it very high in the air. He couldn't get it out. And now the count 2-0. rookie Guzman takes on the inside corner. He would disagree. Well, Rangers have Kiner Falefa down there at third base. He represents the go-ahead run. And Robinson Chirinos over at first. On via the hit. And you see it's been a struggle this year in these spots for the Rangers, but 3 for 9 tonight with runners in scoring position. This ball hit hard into right field. That's a base hit. And so the Rangers have taken the lead on Guzman's base hit in the 8th. And once again, the rookie comes through late in a ball game. He seems to have a knack for these big spots.
No, we talked about, the team has struggled offensively, but in this particular ball game, they're putting together a very nice team effort all the way through the lineup, especially the bottom of the lineup, starting with Joey Gallo's. Had a couple of hits, scored a couple of runs, and hit a home run. Kiner Falefa has been on base a couple of times. In fact, 3 times if you count the sacrifice bunt and the error. He's scored 3 times. Rugi's got an RBI double. Robinson's got 3 hits and 3 RBIs, and now Ronald Guzman an RBI single to put the Rangers ahead. So a nice team effort, a lot of scoring, some nice rallies. Trying to bring it home right here. A couple more wouldn't hurt.
They'll certainly take it. Chirinos at second, Guzman at first. Infield at double play depth. And Delano takes a strike. It's 1-1. DeShields today 0 for 3 with a walk. Also reached on an error. Rangers by a run. Two and 1. Nicasio just has not looked very sharp in this 8th inning for Seattle.
Hey, look at him for the season coming into the game. He'd been getting knocked around a little bit, but he'd only walked 1 batter in 19 innings. And the first batter he faced in the 8th inning was Kiner Falefa, and he walked him. Lead-off walk, and he's already scored.
Two and 2 the count. The bullpen in Seattle has a better earned run average than the starting staff has had this year. Tonight they've been nicked up a little bit, and the Shield stays alive. Rangers won the opening game on this road trip in Houston. Dropped the next 2. So a win here tonight, and they could get back to even for the roadie. This one fouled away, and it stays 2-2 on DeShields. They have played well on the road. Rangers have played right near 500 ball since the start of the year. I think they're 9-10 on the road coming into play today. Hits this ball well to center field. D. Gordon going back. He's onto the warning track, and he'll make the catch. Chirinos can't tag, so he'll hold at second base with 2 outs. It'll be up to Shin-Soo Choo. All right, time for a Chevy game break. Let's check in with Dana Larson. All right, thanks, Dana. And there you see it. Scott Service is taking the baseball, goes deeper into that bullpen. Rangers leading by 1. In front, 7-6 our score here in the 8th inning. Hey, Rangers destination trips offer you the chance to hit the road with your Texas Rangers. And you can take our next trip here to Seattle, May 29th through the 31st. Catch the Rangers and Mariners right here at Safeco Field. It's a great package. Includes first-class hotel accommodations, a meet and greet with Joey Gallo, a VIP ballpark tour, and a whole lot more. Book your trip at texasrangers.com/destinations. Now, Mark Sepchenski is the new pitcher here in the 8th inning. A left-hander making his 14th appearance.
And he's struggling. 393 opponent's batting average, 11 hits in 5 1/3. He's also walked 5 in 5 1/3 and given up a couple of home runs.
Go after Chu, little dribbler by the mound towards second. Beckham charges and takes care of him, and that ends the inning. So Sepchenski needed just one pitch to end it, but the Rangers got the go-ahead run, and we go to the last of the 8th.
Airlines player breakdown, and let's check out Tony Barnett tonight. 6 up, 6 down, got Ben Gamble looking, got Kyle Seager swinging, got Ryan Healy, one of the hottest hitters in the league, to tap one back to the mound, and then finished off his appearance with a great slider to strike out Mike Zunino. 2 innings pitched, nothing but 3 strikeouts, and a chance to get the win if the Ranger bullpen can hang on to this 1-run lead. Great job by Tony Barnett tonight. Best he's thrown all season long. Looked great.
Yes, Rangers team, you know, they play well on the road, and the bullpen has really been one of the great stories on the road. And to that end, here is Jose Leclerc and his 2.03 earned run average. 13th appearance on the year. So he's on in the 8th, trying to protect that 1-run lead. Guillermo Heredia takes strike 1.
Yeah, Jose's worked his way up from more of a middleman to the setup man for Keone Kela, and he's earned it. He's been throwing the ball great, throwing a lot of strikes.
Heredia fouls that one off. The count 0-2.
He's thrown 13 innings. He's only given up 4 hits. He hasn't given up a home run. Struck out 18 in 13 innings. Opponents are hitting .093 against him.
One and 2 on already. Leclerc, and the other thing about it is Leclerc has been the go-to option for Jeff Bannister. This is the 8th game in which he has appeared in the last 14 team games. So, I mean, if the Rangers are playing, more than likely Leclerc is pitching. 1-2. And close.
Yeah, Reddy did a nice job of laying off that pitch. Reddy's got a pretty good eye at the plate. He hasn't played that much this year, but he's walked 10 times, only struck out 7 times.
Well, that was prior to tonight. He's punched out twice tonight, and
he's laid off a couple of those. We've seen other players swing at those pitches. He's laid off them pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good ball player and a guy who, you know, I think that they're counting on to contribute in a pretty big way, and a guy who needs to turn it around a little bit. Puts this ball high in the air down the left field line. That could be trouble. Long run, Gallo, and that one will be an automatic double. Bounces up over the fence, and Heredia now out there in scoring position.
You know, Joey was shading over towards center field, so he had a long run to get to this ball. Jose's trying to throw that ball down and away. He got the middle of the plate. Heredia hit it pretty well, but about 310 feet, 320 feet right down the line. And Joey just had too far to go, wasn't able to get to it. So now Jose's got his work cut out for him. What Beckham does to try to move the runner over. Rangers are anticipating a bunt.
Throw down to second base, and Heredia really had to lunge back in there.
Well, you see that a lot. The runner at second wants to get a good jump if the ball is bunted, just in case it's not a great bunt. And so they're taking a big secondary lead, and when the batter bunts at it or takes it, sometimes their secondary lead is so big in anticipation of getting a good jump that they can't get back to second. Especially if the guy bunts through the ball.
Well, this one bunted third base side and handled by Leclerc, but he throws it away. Heredia scores the tying run. Beckham goes all the way to second. Rangers' first error of the game, and that one a costly one.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what happened early in the game for the Rangers. On a bunt that Mike Leake threw away. Kind of Falefa bunted. Ball went down the right field line, turned into a big inning and an unearned run. Beckham laid down a beautiful bunt, sacrifice bunt. Jose had to be in a hurry to get it, but he had time with a good throw. He just ball sailed on him, threw it away.
So still nobody out, and he has to deal with the top of the order. Here is D. Gordon.
Same situation, anticipating a bunt.
Gordon drops it down that third base side, foul. Great speed, you know, and to your point, I mean, he's trying to move the runner up. It would be a sacrifice attempt, and yet he's also the type of guy on a sacrifice attempt who can easily beat it out for a hit. Everybody on high alert on the infield. He bunts it, third base side. Kiner Falefa's throw, a good one. So it's a sacrifice bunt. Defensively handled well by Kiner Falefa. But Beckham now is 90 feet away.
Two perfect sacrifice bunts, and what that does now, it brings up probably the two hottest hitters, Segura and Haniger. Going to pitch around Segura, who's probably going to make some contact right here. Is off to a nice start in this game. He scored 3 times. Then Haniger comes up next, and he's had 3 hits and a triple in the game.
Well, Jake Diekman preparing himself in case he's needed here. Bottom of the 8th inning, a 7-7 game.
Where you'd love to get a strikeout. Leclerc has had a lot of strikeouts. Segura is not the easiest guy to strike out, though.
Well, they have squared off on a handful of occasions in the past. Clark has struck him out once, walked him twice. Infield in. Missed by a lot. 1-0 to Segura. Boy, what a spot for Jose Leclerc. Man at third, one out. Mitch Haniger waiting in the wings for Seattle. And that one in there evens the count at 1-1. So Haniger has 3 hits. He scored a run, driven in a run. Right now, the focus on Segura, who has 2 hits and has scored 3 runs. He's also stolen 2 bases. Joe creeps in a little further. And this one lined out into left field, base hit. So Segura brings home the go-ahead run. 8-7 Seattle. First RBI of the day, but his 3rd hit.
It's hard to fool a guy like Segura. He's just, with that short swing that he's got power in the swing, but he's just not susceptible to lunging for off-speed pitches, and you can't throw a fastball by him. Just a short, quick stroke. And even on that one, he had to reach for it a little bit, but he still hit it solidly into left field. He had 3 hits and a walk in the game tonight.
Haniger the batter. But Leclerc might throw over again on Segura. He's already stolen 2 bases. Seattle does like to run aggressively. Now Edwin Diaz, Mariners closer, now going to work. Suddenly his team with the lead. And the check-in of Segura. Swing and a miss, 1-1. I was just fooling around earlier today looking at save opportunities by team. Let's see what teams have had some success as a group and others not. And there are situations that aren't really, as we think of them, real save spots that happen middle innings, 6th, 7th innings, those kinds of things. Runner goes, and no throw. So Segura with his 3rd stolen base of the night.
Well, Segura is putting on a show in this game. Ever since he made the error early in the game, he hadn't done anything wrong. 3 stolen bases, scored 3 runs, had 3 hits. Made a couple of nice plays in the field.
So another big run potentially in scoring position. Wise to him. So you know that's why sometimes you look at team blown saves. You think, well, I don't know exactly what that means. Like last year, this Seattle team, I think they led the American League. They might have led them all of baseball. 26 blown saves. Well, some of those might not have been by the closers at the time. Or in a tight game at the very end, might have happened in the 5th inning. Yeah. Anyway, Rangers had only blown 4 saves this year. I mean, they've done a really good job that way, but 2 runs in here in this 8th inning, and Leclerc technically would have been a safe spot and has blown this one. And outside ball 4, so there goes Haniger. Jeff Bannister, that extended look out there, heads out to the mound. So that's going to be it. He signals to the bullpen. A frustrating 8th inning for Jose Leclerc. Jake Diekman will be coming on in a 1-run game. And threatening for more here in the 8th inning. Taking a look at our probables for Thursday evening in Chicago. That'll be our next broadcast here on Fox Sports Southwest. Cole Hamels will have the opener for the Rangers. Last 4 starts been really good. ERA under 2. James Shields in 15 starts against the Rangers. 7-3 record, a 2.70 ERA. And the righty has the ball for the White Sox. Their only trip in the South Side this year, so that'll be this week in a 4-game series. Ben Gamel stands in and takes a strike from our new pitcher. Jake Diekman has come on now. Fourth Rangers reliever of the night. This is 19th appearance. He needs a couple of outs and in a hurry. I mean, it's a disappointing bottom of the 8th. There's no disguising that, but at the moment, if you can limit the damage to what we have already seen, well, you've got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming in the 9th, so all is not lost. Key spot here for Diekman. Strikes out Gamel, so there are 2 away. It's the first time he and Gamel have ever faced one another.
Gamel did not look very comfortable in that sidearm breaking ball that Jake just tossed him. Not many left-handed hitters would be. That thing just kept on going. Looked good right here, but not too good right there.
Now Kyle Seager. Seager delivered a big blow early in this game, that bases clearing double in the 3rd. A 1-for-4 night for him. Runner goes from second base, and again no throw. Segura will have another stolen base. His 4th of the night, 11th of the year.
He knows all he needs is a decent jump, and he's going to beat Isaiah to third base, where Isaiah's position with 2 outs. Rangers aren't that concerned about that stolen base, although obviously there's ways you can score with 2 outs from third that you can't from second. Seager was able to lay off that pitch that Gamble swung at.
Runners on the corners, 2-0 pitch, and that one fouled back. 2-1. Well, Seager has seen plenty of Diekman over the years. 3 for 12 against him. Not the greatest numbers, but he does have 1 home run. Takes pitch. That one came in. I think he got a piece of the bat.
Yeah, I think
2-2.
Seager would have shown a little bit more pain if that ball had hit him. As it wasn't very comfortable. Let's see where it hit.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, right at the end of the bat.
So Jake needs 1 more strike. Give his team a shot in the 9th inning. 8-7 our score. But Segura's at third, Haniger at first. That one in the dirt. Full count. That was a tough start from Mike Minor. 3 1/3. Gave up 6 runs on 8 hits. Walked 2, struck out 5. Brandon Mann, Tony Barnett, Jose Leclerc, now Diekman. That one is low ball 4. So Seager draws the walk. The bases are now loaded. Ryan Healy is the hitter. Healy has had 1 grand slam in his young career. Mentioned he had 25 home runs last year with Oakland. He's a free swinger. Takes strike 1. Good hit there at 95. 7 runs, 11 hits, and 1 big error for the Rangers tonight. 8 runs, 11 hits, and 2 errors for Seattle. Check swing, or was it? Oh, that's a strike. And the count 0-2. I hate to put words into people's mouths or thoughts into their heads, but Healy has not looked real comfortable the first couple of pitches he's seen here. Diekman's 0-2, and that one sweeps way in. Leclerc started the inning. Hurt himself with an error, a throwing error on a sacrifice bunt, but also gave up a couple of big hits and a walk. They're loaded up here, the 1-2 pitch, and there's a swing and a foul ball. Healy is the new first baseman here in Seattle. There's a new one every year, it seems. Last year was Danny Valencia as the pitch is up and away. Got Adam Lind a couple years ago, Logan Morrison, Justin Smoke. They've run through him over the years. But this, he's a good young player, Ryan Healy. That might be the right fit for them there. Diekman's 2-2 and a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Gets 2 strikeouts in the outing. and sends us to the 9th. Profar will lead things off. Nomar Mazara after him, and Joey Gallo in the 9th. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. And by Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today. Ford is the best in Texas. All right, a one-run game, 9th inning. Rangers sending the heart of the order here with the 9th against Edwin Diaz, a hard-throwing closer for Seattle, his 21st appearance of the year.
Yeah, pretty nice numbers for Edwin Diaz. 6 hits in 20 innings and 0.90 opponent's average. He has walked a few too many, though. He's walked 9 in 20 innings. And he's given up a couple of home runs. So even with all the strikeouts and tough to hit, he's put some base runners on. He's given up a home run. So he hasn't been perfect. Been good, though.
All right, deals to Profar. Jurickson swings and misses at strike 1.
He loves to throw that slider. He's got a mid-90s fastball, but he's got a great slider, too.
Diaz is the 5th reliever today. And a little roller foul. It's 1-2. Mike Leake went 5 1/3, but then it's Dan Altavilla, James Pazos, Juan Nicasio, Mark Saptinsky, and now Edwin Diaz. And they have bullpen all together. Has allowed a run on 2 hits, 1 walk so far. It's a big run, though, because it gave the Rangers the lead in the 8th. And he came back and retook the lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. Profar 0 for 4 so far. You mentioned it earlier, though, a wacky night for him. One of those that I'd be talking to yourself.
He's had some good swings tonight. He's had some good swings in this at bat against Diaz.
Well, Jurickson has faced him twice. He's walked. He's also had a hit. It's 2-2. Zara and Gallo to follow, and Profar nubs that one foul. Time for a word now from our friends at Southwest Kia.
$250 down, $250 a month or less on select new Kias in stock, only at southwestkia.com.
Well, this will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And Profar lines it into left field. That one will drop in, base hit. Another superb at-bat by Profar. And the Rangers have the lead man on in the ninth.
Well, this is against a closer who's given up an .090 batting average. He threw him everything he had. His best fastball, all his sliders. He fouled off a great slider down and in. And then he takes a 99-mile-an-hour fastball down the left field line for almost a double. Already it gets over and holds him to a single. But that's one of the better 1-for-5s you'll see. More importantly, though, in a one-run game, he gets the Rangers a base runner here with nobody out.
Where does that change the feel of the inning? Nomar Mazara. That one gets away. Zunino has no idea where it is, but Profar will stop at second base. Wild pitch.
Well, now Diaz has his work cut out for him. Now there's a man on second and nobody out. He's trying to throw his slider and make a perfect pitch with it down and in, but just kind of yanked it down and in. Zunino couldn't block it.
Excellent start to the inning. Mazara has a couple of hits tonight. Way inside. 2-0. One for 5 against Edwin Diaz in his career. The one hit went over the fence. Hits this one straight up in the air. Left side of the infield, foul ground, and Seager is there, one away.
He's right on it. Just got underneath it, just popped it up.
Mel Stottlemyre again hustling out to the mound.
I gotta think this has something to do with Joey Gallo being the batter. They want to make sure they know exactly what they're trying to do here in a one-run game. First base is open, but he would be the go-ahead run. But at the same time, they know how far he can hit one too.
Boy, that's tough, right? You would hate to put the potential go-ahead run on for free, and yet when you look at the inning and you look at the various threats in the lineup, this is the one guy who I would guess most opposing teams fear most. I might be very careful with him right here, although Edwin Diaz does have good numbers against him. So only 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts against Diaz, and he takes strike one. You see him mouth the word wow. He did not necessarily agree with that pitch. 2 hits tonight with a homer. He took a massive swing there, 0-2. So they come right after him. And he hits this one hard down to first. Karam's off of Healy. He'll feed Diaz. And Diaz gets him at first, but here comes Profar! And Profar scores. And this game is tied.
Well, you could see that developing. We're going to see if there was any kind of interference at first base. Didn't look like it. I mean, Joey's got every right to run as hard as he can down the line. But that play was a slow developing play. It was a smash, number one, which made it hard for Healy to field it cleanly. And when he didn't field it cleanly, Diaz gets a little bit of a late start. I can't see anything that Joey did wrong. But right here, Jurickson sees what's developing right there and uses his base running instincts to take off for home.
Well, the argument continues out there at first base. Scott Service, Jeff Nelson. Nelson seems pretty resolute in his position, obviously, and he's trying to explain it as simply as possible. Service continuing to hammer away at it. Looks like Service is dying to be thrown from this game.
I don't think it would have made any difference. Even if there was a clear shot, I don't think that Diaz could have, from that far back with his momentum going toward right field, stopped and thrown and got Profar anyway.
Well, interference, which is, you got to believe what he was arguing for. It's always an umpire judgment call. He wasn't even thinking about throwing.
Joey's trying to get out of the way. I don't think Diaz could have made that throw anyway.
Yep.
I don't think it mattered.
He didn't even take the ball out of his glove. I mean, I think he kind of feigned to throw there at the end just for that reason. But the game is tied at 8 on the play, and Kiner Falefa bats with the bases empty. That ball hit hard enough that it forced Diaz to have to make that play, and that's the only reason the run scores.
Yeah, I think Diaz, off the bat, saw how hard that ball was hit and thought Healy would field it and go to first himself. And when he saw Healy bobbled it, then he had to take off for first base. And I think he got there a little bit late. If he'd gone right off the bat to first base, he could have avoided any type of confusion at first base and at least had an open shot to throw.
Just got to give credit to Profar.
Yeah,
scoring from second.
Yep.
He saw the opportunity, and he and Tony Beasley read that one perfectly. So tied at 8. This has been some kind of ball game. Kiner Falefa swings and misses. The inning is done. And now the last of the 9th inning. Profar with his speed able to tie this one up. Game at 8 and force a bottom of the 9th inning. Here it was again.
Yeah, you could see Diaz. He's just standing on the mound. Once he saw the bobble, he sprints over there to make the play. If he'd gone to first base like he should have right off the bat, he might not have had the problem. They're going to complain about the confusion at first base, but Joey's just running through the ball and actually tried to get out of the way. Even if Diaz had a clear shot home, he was so far away with his momentum going toward right field. I don't think there's any way he was going to throw Profar out anyway. But got no one to blame for himself. Stood on the mound watching the play instead of getting over to cover first base. Alex Claudio with a tie game. Trying to get those numbers down a little bit. Comes down to face the bottom of the order.
So both teams using just about all their weapons here tonight. And Zunino leading off the 9th inning. He struck out twice tonight, 0 for 4. Bottom third of the order against Alex Claudio. He's ahead 0-2. Up and down at times for Claudio this year after an outstanding season last year. And a couple of mechanical things that they have worked on lately, trying to correct, might get him right. He's almost impossible to hit, but that one left up, and Zunino turns it into a single.
It was a back and forth ball game. A lot of base runners, a lot of opportunities, a lot of intense pitching situations for all the pitchers. Men on base, close game. See the Mariners, what they've got in store here at the bottom of the order. Heredia and Beckham, man on first base, nobody out here.
I'd like to talk about high leverage spots. Andrew Romine taking over as a pinch runner now at first. It seems like every pitch has been, it's been high leverage since about the 5th inning. Apparent bunt attempt. Already had pulled back in time to take a ball, but Seattle been very willing to, eager in fact at times, to try and bunt runners up. Of course, tie game 9th inning. Makes all the sense in the world. Romine with a lead. Claudio not messing around. Well, listen, Seattle has been aggressive out there. They've stolen 4 bases tonight. I say they, I mean really Segura. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
People a little bit vulnerable, namely Isaiah on that one. He took a huge swing. But Isaiah's still playing in. He's little league distance there at third base.
It's like he didn't even flinch. Okay, do it again.
Better have your reflexes down if he hits one your way. But they're not going to give him the bunt, that's for sure. See if he's swinging again. He's going to bunt this time.
Claudio has it, throws, and they get the runners. So Heredia will get credit for the sacrifice. Romine to second base. That one scored 1-4 to put out.
There have been 3 excellent bunts late in the game for the Mariners. Beckham had a great bunt. Gordon had a great bunt. Now Heredia gets the job done. Nice play by Alex. Not an easy play.
First pitch in there for a strike on Beckham. He's had a big night tonight. Double, that was in the 5th inning. Singled his first time up. And he laid down a sacrifice. Turned into an error. And created a lot of havoc last inning. The bat foul, it's 0-2. Claudio trying to get this thing to a 10th inning. Romine, the winning run in his back pocket out there at second. Announced a crowd tonight of 14,670 here at Safeco. A good portion held on. 0-2. Seattle has scored in all but 3 innings tonight. They did not score in the 5th, 6th, or 7th. Foul back. Count stays 0-2. Claudio has never faced Gordon Beckham before. Lefty waggles to that set. Inside, 1-2. Started with Zunino singling. Romine took over as a pinch runner, moved up on the sacrifice. There's a swing and a miss. Change up just hovered out there forever. 2 away.
I'm sure Beckham felt like that. Alex threw him enough fastballs that he still set him up for the changeup, but he located it very well, down and away. Beckham was fooled, but the fact that it was down and away just made it really difficult to even tick the ball to stay alive.
So D. Gordon 0 for 4 with a sacrifice bunt himself. Takes a fastball for a strike. Lightning quick center fielder. Puts the ball in play. He's dangerous. 50 there. The count 0-2.
That ball disappeared on him. Well, he's seen the fastball. He took it. Then he swung at the off-speed pitch, waved at it. Now he's got a dilemma. What's going to happen here? No balls and 2 strikes.
Here it comes.
A sneaky fastball on the outside corner.
1-2 the count.
Gordon hardly ever walks. 3 walks, 159 at bats. Throw it close, he's probably going to swing.
And he does strike out a decent amount, especially for a leadoff guy. 1-2. Stays alive. Tough to get to a ball like that.
Let's hit it right through his legs.
Bouncer foul again. Condor, as great a reach as he has, couldn't quite get to that one. Eight runs, 12 hits for both teams. Rangers have made an error. Seattle has made 2. Both teams have used a lot of arms in this one. Pitch on the way to Gordon. And a ground ball. Diving stop Odor. And we will have extras tonight. Great defensive play by Rougned Odor, and it sends us to the 10th, tied at 8. Rangers baseball is brought to you by AT&T, official sponsor for Extra Innings. Yeah, you heard that right. Extra innings as we take a look at our game summary here tonight. Whoa, that's a lot of numbers. 8-8. Holy moly. Yeah, the bottom of the order has done well for the Rangers tonight. 6 for 14. Driven in a lot of runs. 5 of them scored 4. And of course, Segura and Haniger, the 2 and 3 hitters for Seattle. We knew they'd be tough, and they have been. Well, the bullpens have hung in there, and now they're going to really have to go to work as we get deeper and deeper. Eric Goodell is on for Seattle.
Only the 5th game for Eric. Solid number so far, though. More strikeouts than innings. Nice opponent's batting average. Throws a fastball, a splitter, and a curveball.
So he is set, and so is Odor. Just made a really nifty defensive play to force this 10th inning. Bottom of the order here: Odor, Chirinos, Guzman. A lot of offense tonight, and Goodell's pitch is a swing and a miss.
Well, Gordon hit that ball hard, but Rugi got there. Took a little hop on him, but he backhanded it easily to make the play. Well struck ball by Gordon, but nice play. Turn it into an out.
Now Rugi strikes out to start the 10th inning. You know, look at what the Mariners have available, and listen, you just gotta advance in this thing from one inning to the next. But they are running out of arms in that bullpen. Jason Bradford and Nick Vincent, all they have left.
That was a great splitter that he threw to Rugi to strike him out. Bottom dropped out of that. Rugi helped the pitcher out, though. Swung at a high fastball, swung at a breaking ball down and out of the strike zone, 0-2. And then probably the first time he's seen Goodell. First time you've seen that splitter. If he throws one like that, you're going to have a hard time hitting it. You've never seen the guy before. Even if you've seen a scouting report that says he throws one. Until you see it, you don't really know how to react to it.
This one in on Chirinos, 2-0. Robinson, 3 hits in this one today. You said it earlier. Rangers were looking for one of the more veteran players to step up, get something going offensively, and it was Chirinos tonight who's done a great job in that regard. And a chance here to really provide some heroics.
Give him a swing right here, 3-0. Let him put a charge in one. Get a fastball right down the middle.
Takes a strike. One out here in the 10th inning.
See that same pitch.
A little bit higher this time, and that is ball 4. So Rangers have their first base runner here at extras, and they have done well in extra innings games this year. A 4-0 record. Just had the walk-off back home on that last homestand against Detroit on Wednesday. Chirinos out of the game. Ryan Rua takes over as a pinch runner. Great game by Chirinos. So here's Guzman. Guzman has found a way in these tight games at the end to deliver big hits. He's the one who had the RBI single in the 8th inning that gave the Rangers the lead. Lead they would relinquish in the bottom of the 8th inning. It was just his 2nd game in the big leagues in Houston a couple of trips ago when he delivered a game-tying home run, and then in extras, an infield hit off the pitcher that drove in the winning run. Takes very high. It's 2-0.
And now you really have to get your pitcher, the man on first base. Look for it in a certain zone. Take that same swing that he took when he got underneath that ball back in the 6th inning and sky high one to center to right field.
It's just one foul out of play. Guzman 1 for 3. Also hit by a pitch earlier. Check it again with Rua. Ron's a big, strong guy. 6'5", 250. Takes low. I think we saw the hardest we have seen him hit a ball in Houston the other day when he lined one into the seats in right field, and that thing was a rocket.
He was in the same position as he was on the 2-0 pitch. Goodell does not want to walk him right here. So he's had a fastball, had a swing at it. Well, he's ready for one right here.
Took a good hack. It's a full count.
You have to think if you're a hitter that he's going to throw you a fastball or whatever he has to throw to make sure he throws a strike, because he doesn't want to walk you. He throws the splitter, and you just got to hope you can somehow get a piece of it. But you have to be ready for a fastball right here.
Goodell's 3-2. Runner goes, and that's ball 4.
And he did throw him something off speed, threw him a changeup, it looked like. And Guzman was able to lay off it and take it. So nice at bat for Ronald. He had his shots, had a couple of good swings and fouled them back, and then took an off speed pitch when he probably is looking for a fastball, but he was able to lay off it. Changeup is down, and he took it.
So back-to-back walks after the strikeout. Rangers have a couple of base runners. Out of the top for Delano to Shields. Right in there for a strike. A quiet day at the plate for Delano. One strike pitch, and that one very high.
Goodell's thrown 16 pitches, but 9 of them have been balls, so he's struggling with his command right now.
Well, he was at spring training with the Rangers. This one fouled off the screen and back into the seats. And then into spring training, things had not worked out with Goodell, so he became a free agent, and about 10 days before the season began, signed a minor league deal with Seattle. familiarity on the Rangers side with him. Delano fouls that one off, stays 1-2. Odell's had a little bit of time in the big leagues with the New York Mets. Pitched in relief in New York in 2014, 15, 16, and 17, and all those years, never more than like 35 times in a season, but spent time going up and down between the minor leagues and the big leagues. In the dirt, block back there by Freitas, who had come in this inning. 2-2 the count.
Well, the best splitter he's thrown was the one he threw to Odor to strike him out. Since then, the Rangers have been able to lay off it. But we're still playing because of that backhand of play Rugi made.
Two. It's a full count.
You just keep taking those tempting off-speed pitches. Make him throw a strike. Walk 2 in a row, on the verge of 3 right here.
Chu waiting for an opportunity, potentially here with the bases loaded. Rua at second, Guzman at first. 3-2. And Delano swings and misses strike 3. Second strike out of the inning for Goodell.
Well, 3-2. He went to the fastball. Close, up and away. Tough pitch to make contact on.
Stottlemyre again out there. Talk these guys through it with Chu coming up. Clearly must be the conversation point here. Just make sure that they understand the scouting report on a left-handed hitter, because they don't have options. 2 righties left to the bullpen, and that is it. So Goodell going to be challenged with trying to face Chu, who does have the one hit. Chu got that base hit in the 5th inning. First and second, 2 out. And Chu outside. Chirinos has delivered tonight. He's one of the veterans. The other guy we identified, Tom, was Shin-Soo Choo. The one hit earlier.
Well, big hit right here, and the 2 veterans will have made major contributions. Robinson's driven in 3 runs. Take 1 right here from Shin-Soo.
It's just the 3rd left-handed hitter that Goodell has faced this year. Swing and miss makes it 1 and 2. Well, the inning started fairly promisingly with a walk to Chirinos and then Guzman. Looked like Delano was going to load him, but then struck out swinging. And now 1-2 on the way, and Chu swings and drives this one out to right field, but right to Haniger.
Right at him.
Oh, I hear you, Chu. Inning over. Rangers leave a pair, and we go to the last of the 10th. Bottom of the 10th inning, all tied at 8. Not much left for Doug Brocale and Jeff Bannister in that bullpen. Jose Chavez, Kevin Jepson, Keone Kela remaining out there, but bottom of the 10th inning. Key, of course, is to get this to the 11th. Carlos Perez takes over behind the plate now. Chirino's done after being lifted for the pinch runner. So here we go. The 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Seattle. And Chirino's first pitch, a little bit wide. Claudio pitched the 9th inning, gave up a leadoff hit to Mike Zunino, who they lifted for a pinch runner, but he was stranded at second base, and that one in there for a strike. It's 1-1. Segura's been all over the place tonight. Taps this one first base side, but foul. 3 hits, a walk, 4 stolen bases. He's scored 3 runs, driven in a run. So, not to oversimplify it, but a big deal to retire him to start this inning. Unless Segura you have to deal with in the 10th, the better. Saw Tony Barnett pitch 2 innings in relief. He struck out 3.
Yeah, I think that's as well as Tony's thrown all year. He was unhittable. 6 up, 6 down, 3 strikeouts, and 2 quick innings.
Claudio going to try to more or less match that. He did give up the leadoff hit, but the idea maybe he could give you 2 here. The 2-2 pitch. And Segura fights it off. Day game tomorrow, and then it's off to Chicago. Pretty tough at bat to start an inning, especially when it's your 2nd inning in relief. Segura's going to get an 8th pitch.
He had the same kind of at bat in the 8th inning against Leclerc when he singled to drive in a run.
Segura 2 for 4 against Claudio in his career, and he swings and misses, strike 3. Well, Claudio gets him this time, 1 away in the 10th.
Well, no matter how many times you see that changeup, it's still tough to wait on it. Segura's having a great night, battling at the plate, making contact, and even under those circumstances, he's way out in front of that changeup.
So Mitch Haniger, and he'll take wide. Haniger has really been locked in from the start. Had the triple in the first. 3 for 4 with a walk. And he takes a strike, 1-1. Tapper, and that's a foul ball. So 1-2 the count. Nelson Cruz had to lead the game early today. He was hit by a pitch. And so he was lifted. That was in the 4th inning. Ben Gamble, as a result, the man waiting on deck. I mean, that ends up being a pretty big deal.
You know, it's uncanny how the Seagulls show up at the end of the game here.
They always know.
It's like they know when the game should be over. They start hovering, waiting for the fans to leave so they can swoop down and get the popcorn. They're not here during the game. It's only till the end of the game that they show up. Some smart birds, boy.
Full count. And Oakland, I mean, they come in the droves. It's almost spooky sometimes. Yeah, they're calling their friends out. Here comes a pitch. Bouncer, third base. Kiner Falefa really positioned well and makes for an easy play. He gets Haniger 2 away. And here comes Ben Gamble.
Ben Gamble's definitely got some hair going for him.
Oh boy.
Might be the longest hair in the league. A little facial hair.
It just seems like such a distraction to me. I can't imagine.
That works for him.
You had to have run out some long hair at one point in your life, right?
Yeah, not quite like that though. Back in the early to mid 70s, everybody had long hair. But I don't remember anyone having hair quite that long.
It's a pretty good mane right there.
Yep. Got a hair you can cut off for charity.
One. Blasted out to right, but Mazzara is there, and the inning is done. So, a scoreless 10th for both takes us to the 11th. Rangers baseball is brought to you by AT&T, official sponsor for Extra Innings. Well, we thank AT&T for the extra innings tonight. 8-8 our score as we go to the 11th inning. Look at the Space Needle nearby. That's where they make all the needles they use up there, I assume. All right, here we go. Profar, Mazzara, and Gallo. You ever been up in the Space Needle?
No.
All these years, right?
No,
You never.
Never have. Jurickson going for it right there.
Love it.
It's his hardest swing of the night. And he's had the night for Jurickson's going to say 1 for 5, but he's had some opportunities for hits. Had a couple taken away from him.
Delano, the only hitless starter.
He had the big one to lead off the ninth. Hit that 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Diaz into left field for a base hit. And came around and scored from second on Joey Gallo's grounder to first base. Exciting ninth inning.
Well, the Rangers took the lead in the 8th, only to allow 2 runs in the bottom of the inning, and then they had to come back again in the 9th inning to tie it. This one hit high in the air out there to center field. Gordon underneath it. Away. But they have showed some resiliency offensively. They just kind of keep coming at them. And they have forced the Mariners to use just about all their pitching tonight. Here is Nomar Mazara. The schedule had originally given Seattle a day off yesterday, but that got chewed up by a makeup game in Minnesota. Mazara takes a strike. So anytime you lose that little extra piece of rest or bit of rest that you were hoping to get, sometimes that can add to the pressure on a bullpen. And then a night like tonight only further that with and then a day game tomorrow. We'll see how the teams react to the schedule in that regard. Of course, for Seattle, I guess they have the benefit that like 16 of their next 19 games at the very least are going to be here at home. At least get to relax at home a little bit during this stretch. 1-2 the count now on Nomar.
It was a tough few days for the Mariners. Had that game in Minnesota yesterday. There was a rain delay. Got in 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Play all night today. Come back and play a little bit after noon tomorrow. At least the Rangers are well rested. They had an off day yesterday.
Yeah, this is you know, again, a Seattle team we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, a game and a half out in the division, and you know, off to a pretty good start. 23 wins, 17 losses, but this might be that little week in the season or whatever, a couple days, a little bouncer right side of the infield. Segura from short picks it up and retires Mazara. But these might be those critical days that they look back on at the end of the year that they think, well, that was kind of where the season either turned, or I guess they mustered whatever resolve they could to kind of keep it together, because not just the stress and extras that they've had to play, but the news today about Robinson Cano suspended for 80 games, coming right off an injury, and then earlier tonight, we'll see if it becomes anything more than just an inconvenience tonight, but Nelson Cruz hit by a pitch and had to leave the game.
This guy's got to be paid by the minute he spends on the mound. Doesn't even look like he's talking anything serious. He stands out there till the umpire comes out.
And there's that hit by pitch on Cruz. That doesn't look good the way he was coming off.
No, after he got hit, he looked like he tried to jog it off, and that was it. After that, he had to be helped off the field.
2 gone, and Gallo stands in and takes ball 1. Now this was earlier. Joey doing what Joey does. 6th inning. It's another opposite field home run for Gallo.
Not many guys could hit that same pitch on the same part of the bat that Joey hit it right off toward the end of the bat, and hit it far enough to be a home run. off-speed pitches, so pretty obvious what pitching coach had to say. They're not going to give you, so they're going to walk them. They're going to pitch around them in this kind of a game with 2 outs, nobody on. Not going to risk hanging one, letting Joey launch one.
So instead, Goodell will deal with Kiner Falefa, who has scored 3 runs tonight. Reached on an error, he's doubled, he's walked. The longest extra innings game the Rangers have played this year was 12 innings at Cleveland. And in that one, in the 12th, Gallo homered to center, and then Kiner Falefa followed him with a line shot out to left field. And the Rangers would win by a couple. So these two have been very involved in these late inning extra innings wins for the Rangers. The Rangers 4-0. Well, they've had to play past 9 innings. Two and 1.
This will be the 40th pitch for Goodell tonight in relief. Threw a lot of pitches last inning. Walked a couple of guys last inning. Had to walk this inning.
Foul back 2-2. Yeah, he's partaking in a number of the 3 true outcomes, right? Got the strikeouts, he's got the walks. The only one left is the home run.
Well, he's probably not going to hit one, so maybe he just give one up instead. We'll count it.
That's the idea. Fights it off. Now, Kiner Falefa got the start today at third base, and looks like he's going to get a decent amount of those again. Adrian Beltre to the disabled list for a second time this year. That was announced before the ball game today. Pulled foul. Stays 2-2.
Seager guarding the line down there at third base. He doesn't want a double to go down the line. Might give up a single by playing there, but at least you won't give up a double. A double down the line probably scored Joey Gallo from first base.
Gallo with a decent lead. Falefa just going to wear down Goodell.
He had the same swing about 4 times, fought him straight back.
Another 2-2. Whoa, that one gets away, and Gallo heads to second. It's a full count, and the wild pitch puts the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Boy, that ball wasn't even close. That ball was 3 feet away from where he tried to throw it. Now with a man on second, Seager won't play quite so close to the line. Play normal position. But now a single will score him.
Full count on Kiner Falefa. And here it comes. So he's fouled off again. A tremendous at bat here in the 11th inning. This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Popped up. First base side. And we will go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Tied at 8. Ah, yes, nighttime here in the Pacific Northwest, and they really drive fast. Very busy people up here, high tech and all. Meanwhile, we're playing America's Pastime and leisurely moving this one along to the bottom of the 11th inning. Yeah, Alex Claudio doing some real work here tonight. And he's got another big challenge in front of him in this 11th inning. Kyle Seager, Ryan Healy. They started off. Seager had the one big hit earlier, and we talk about him a lot because he's done so much damage over the years. This one, a fly ball to center. It's the first out of the 11th inning. I was just going to say, outside of that one big hit, he has been pretty well held in check. Ryan Healy, homered in the second inning. 1 for 4 with a walk. Claudio, scoreless 9th inning, allowed a hit in that inning, but then was perfect in the 10th. You look at the in-game box for the Seattle Mariners, and I mean, a lot of the work concentrated in the 2 and 3 spots in the order. Segura and Haniger have been awfully good, and then of course Gordon Beckham in just his second game with the big club this year, and he's chipped in with 2 big hits.
This is why a guy like Claudio can be so valuable. He can come in and pitch to a left-hand hitter if you want him to. He can come in and pitch for a long time if you want him to.
This one dumped out into right field. Healy is on just with 1 out here in the 11th.
See where he hit this ball. It looked like a changeup. Hit it right off the end of the bat. He's not even sure where it's going to go. He thought he hit that ball was going to go foul. Kind of looked behind him, then he looked out toward right field, and it blooped in for a little single.
Healy might need a 4 caddy. Let him know where. Where it was. Bouncer left side. Great stop, Profar. The throw to first offline, but what a grab in the hole. Wow. That would have been something if he'd have been able to take care of David Freitas, but instead it'll be an infield hit, and the Mariners have 2 men on.
It was going to take a spectacular throw, but I guess he had a slight chance because it was the catcher running. That's why he gave it a chance. Well, that was about as well as he could do from where he was and the angle he was going to make that throw.
Now Heredia. It's funny.
Yep, that was a changeup. I know it. Watch him. Yep. Another one. Took that one though.
1-1. He had that double in the 8th inning. That was the first batter that Jose Leclerc saw tonight. Leclerc had a little trouble in that 8th inning. There's a big swing of this again.
You think you can wait on it until you go to swing at it. Especially in this kind of a situation. Game on the line, extra innings, it's even tougher to wait on it because you're so anxious to get a big hit.
Two men out there, and Claudio toiling in his 3rd inning and just missed.
If that was a strike, I think he would have taken it because it was a fastball. Didn't look like he was quite ready enough to swing at it. Long outing for Alex. This will be his 45th pitch.
Soft liner over short. That one will end it. Healy scores from second, and the Mariners walk this one off in the bottom of the 11th inning. Heredia took some wild swings, but eventually got one he could drive. And Seattle prevails 9-8 tonight. Well, a lot of work invested on both sides of this one tonight. And those are always just crushing when they slip away from you. The Rangers battled back on a number of different occasions. But won't have to think about it long, Tom.
No.
We'll be right out here again tomorrow.
Right back. That was a fastball. Caught the middle of the plate. And Heredia was up there trying to guard, make some contact, and he hit it off the handle, but he blooped it over shortstop. Couple of bloop hits in that inning. Healy started it with a little blooper to right. Infield hit and a blooper to left. 3 soft singles, back to back to back.
Well, the opening game of this one taken by the Mariners, and by the way, that puts an end to their stretch of 13 games now of alternating wins and losses. They have won back-to-back games. Rangers, meanwhile, drop the opener, and we'll try to come back and split this series tomorrow. Hey, stay with us. Dana Larson, Mark McLemore, and Jeff Fry back in the studio, ready to break this one down for you once again tonight. For Tom Grieve, Emily Jones, and our entire crew, I'm Dave Raymond, inviting you to stay with us. More coverage of tonight's game continuing right after this. Like, is it
Yeah,
just day to day?
contusion. It's a contusion.
Day to day? Okay. All right. Well, that sucks. And then you're going to pop up one of those graphics or something? I don't care. I mean, Tom's probably going to do a lot of the talking about it.
I can't see it anyway.
Yeah, we can. It's right
No,
there.
I'm
It's
just kidding.
It's something about
I'm just kidding.
We see enough.
All right. A lot easier to hang in tonight knowing there's no tomorrow.
That's for sure.